So, welcome. Thanks for joining us here for one of our community campaign games. This is a sort of a blended group, although at this point I think these are all tier 2 characters, level 5 plus. So this game here is picking up on the heels of an adventure that we did a few weeks ago, in which the village of Hamlet came under sort of a decoy attack by the fire cultists. And so we've got basically same crew plus or minus a couple of characters from that session. But before we dig into all of that, we just want to welcome you to the channel and say, if this is your first time stopping in with us, come hang out with us in our Discord server. Got the invite link there in the chat, so you can jump in there and come and talk to us about tabletop games. And that's also where you could find the signups for these games. These are open games that we invite our community and the people that enjoy watching us to come and join us for a D&D game. And it's all part of kind of a shared campaign system that we've built over the years, and to the point where we've got a number of DMs that are writing and creating content for the community campaign. So it's a lot of fun. Hope you can come and join us for one of these at some point. This is kind of it, I think, for the weekend. We don't have a whole lot of programming happening over the weekend, but we'll start fresh again next week on Monday, starting with Winston will be running the Eberron Into the Unknown campaign. And so if you're ever interested in what our schedule is, Discord is also probably the best place to check that out. Otherwise, we've got a calendar right in the info section of the channel where you can check out what we got going on each day of the week. So, yeah, so I guess I'll give a little setup and then we'll do character introductions. And so basically, Yang, Lix, Thorwald, and Peanutty, the four of you minus Donovan was with you, right? Previously, as was Thorwald, your brother, right? So those characters at this point have split off. Probably it makes sense that maybe Donovan had headed back to Riverguard Keep to give an update to the crew there, and had left you all with the task of what you had realized at the end of the last session when Hamlet came under attack by these fire elementals, was that there were no cultists that were with them, and there was no sign of the devastation orb that those of you that had number of you had a shared vision that was embedded in your minds, embedded in your dreams from the Doom Dreamer, the high priest of Tharizdun's cult, who sort of indicated that there was an imminent attack and that a devastation orb would be key to that attack. But it did not arrive. And so the thought is that devastation orb may be heading north to Verbabank. And so the four of you have set out the very next day after the attack on Hamlet. You headed north along the road to see if you might be able to intercept it in time. And so you, I think it's something like a 3-day journey on foot to get to Verbabank. And once you are about a day outside of the city, you come across a wagon abandoned just off of the road. And there is one other figure that is here as well. Someone that is probably familiar, maybe only to, well, okay, probably familiar to Lix and Thorwald. You see an old friend, Charnika, the barbarian, is sort of surveying this wagon that seems like it's been abandoned alongside the road. Maybe checking it over, looking for clues, looking for evidence of what maybe happened here. So we're going to jump right into, like, this reunion is happening right on the road. Again, it's probably like morning as this is happening, or you're just about a day's journey left. You could arrive and be in Verbabank yet here this evening. But that's sort of the setup. Is your goal is to find, the goal for the session is find and secure the devastation orb. And so with that as our setup, we will go around the table here and have each of you introduce your characters. I would say for the 4 returning characters here, just give us kind of a rundown of who it is that you're playing and maybe just a bit about their backstory. Cherry, when we get to you, maybe tell us a little bit about what they've been up to the past 10 years since the last time we saw them after the big battle at the end of Temple of Elemental Evil. So we'll start here along the bottom of the overlay. Start here with Yang being played by Dawson.
Hi, I'm Daw. I'm playing Yang. He's a level 5 Way Ethiopa Hand Monk. Basically, he is the descendant of a long great hero. Him, not so much. He's just rather get through life on a day-to-day basis. Doesn't care for the glory of everything. Finds that everyone has a habit of drinking from his stock and his supply of everything he owns. Granted, he helpfully gives it, but he'll always grumble about the fact that, do I really have to? I earned this, not you. And that's basically Yang.
All right, awesome. Let's move over here next to Lix being played by Isaac.
Hi, I'm Isaac, and I'm playing Lix. Lix is a level 6 Hobgoblin Rogue Arcane Trickster. She started actually 10 years ago in the Temple of Elemental Evil. She was working with the Air Cultist. In fact, she was working with the head priest of the Air cult, almost as a mercenary. Though, as time went on, she began to kind of, I guess, the entire Air cult, kind of in general, right? They kind of maybe it came to light, and she ended up helping the group kind of overtake that temple. Over time, she learned to call Hamlet her home and fell in love with the people there, and now is kind of on a mission just to see what's going on and try to protect Hamlet again.
Awesome, thank you. We'll move right over here next to Thorwald being played by Gabe.
Hi guys, I'm playing Thorwald. Is a barbarian paladin, and most recently he had went in an incursion against the reformed cult of water, and had a difficult time. And when the opportunity presented itself to go back to Hamlet to protect it, jump on it, like he sort of wanted to get away from all the cult craziness. And so he went back to Hamlet, fought with most of the people of the characters tonight. He also had a reunion with a brother he did not know he had, and he promptly disappeared. So he's a little bit confused on how he should feel, but he's trying to focus ahead of time and stopping this orbital destruction from going on.
Awesome, thank you. Next, let's go over to Peanutty, being played by Bo.
Peanutty Reinhold actually hails from Verbabunk, most recently anyway, and he was kind of a 2-bit criminal, just hucking, fake or semi-fake potions to random suckers on the side of the street, and one day he had a flash of inspiration and suddenly realized that he was meant to come here to stop these cultists, even though that's completely out of character for him, but he just felt like he knew it in his heart that it was true, and he has somehow now found himself to be like an aspect of Heronius, who he kind of pronounces it as Eronius, because that's how the guy said his name in the vision, but it may be somebody else who's pretending to be that guy, but anyway, we don't know. But yeah, he's here to stop the cult, and he appreciates all the help from all these, yokels who are gonna no doubt assist him in defeating these cults and bringing them down once and for all.
Awesome. And then we'll move over to Lindsay to give us an update and fill us in on what's been going on with Cherry.
Yeah, so I'm Lindsay, and I'm playing Ternika, or Cherry, the tiny tiefling barbarian. Since the sort of big battle with the at the Temple of Elemental Evil, she went back to her hometown to see her family again, and it went pretty well. So since then, she's been kind of going back and forth to them and Homeland every now and then, but taking mercenary jobs out wherever people need her. In one of her incursions more recently, or a couple months ago, she returned home to her family and discovered some letters that indicated she had a cousin she didn't know. So she went off trying to figure out who they were and get some more information on her family backstory. And doing so, she found out that they were part of the fire cult. So for the last couple weeks to a month or so, she has been hanging out with the fire cult, trying to get to know her cousin, and found out some troubling news about an orb of devastation heading for Verbabank. So she split off and is looking for that right now.
Awesome. And so that explanation right there leads us to the present moment where you're all kind of coming together off the road. I'm sure there is probably going to be some words traded amongst the party, but before that happens, just kind of a quick note about what you were seeing off the dirt road. So there's this cart that looks like it has been upended and like kind of like purposely like tipped over and pushed into kind of the ditch on the side of the road. Very simple looking cart. You can even see that the cover, kind of this tarp that had once probably bound all of the supplies or whatever had been within, is lying discarded nearby. There are 2 horses that lie slaughtered nearby, still tethered to the cart. It looks like the entire thing just pushed right off into the ditch. Conspicuously missing, however, there are no bodies that you see. Even though there's very clearly evidence of dried blood and such, evidence of a scuffle that happened here on the road. So that is what you see. The 4 of you coming from the south, from Hamlet, are arriving on this scene, and you can see a tiefling kind of... I don't know. Lindsay, what do you think Cherry would be doing as the adventurers are coming upon you?
She's probably trying to right the cart again, because you said it's been flipped over. To like look underneath it.
Okay.
Why
don't you give me a strength athletics check?
Sure.
It looks like the game's paused. I don't know if that matters.
Oh, yeah, if you're trying to use dice, I don't know, it might matter. So, 23, no problem. This is quite easy for you to do. It's just tipped up over on its side, and so kind of using the leverage of the hill itself, you're able to push it back upright. And so that's what you all see as you're coming upon the scene, is Cherry kind of pushing this thing up, getting it back upright.
I guess Thorwald would recognize her if she's dressed the same way, looks the same. So he was the start screaming, "Cherry, is that you?"
Thorwald? What are you doing out here? What?
What are you doing here? We're chasing a bunch of, perhaps I shouldn't be screaming. We're chasing fire cultists. Fire.
Oh, I just came from the fire cult. I'm looking
You
for an
what?
orb of devastation.
You did what?
Oh, sorry. Hi. Nice to meet you. I'm Cherry.
Yang. What was this you were saying about coming from the fire cult looking for an orb of what's it?
Devastation. Yeah, wow. She sort of like looks at Thorwald too and is like, lots happened since I last saw you. Yeah, so I was hanging out with the fire cult for a couple of weeks, family stuff, and I found out that they were sending an orb of devastation for Bobonk to set off, and yeah, so I figured that wasn't good, and I'm on my way there to try and figure out where it's gone.
They sound like warm folks.
Mm. Like this. Where we go? It's good to see you. It's not gonna. This isn't you having a. You said family and
Oh
is it
yeah,
fire cult?
yeah, my cousin. She's one of the higher ups.
Oh,
So we've been trying to get to know each other for the last couple weeks.
she, you know, they, we just come from Hamlet. In fact,
Oh, with the attack. Is
yeah.
everything okay out there?
Oh, so you knew.
Was that barbecue in honor of the family reunion?
No. That was apparently a distraction for the orb. I wasn't sure which way to go, but I figured if you guys didn't know about it, then somebody had to go after it. But yeah, I'm glad you guys are all right.
Yeah, we're okay. But how about you and your cousin? What's gonna happen with all that? You know, we're trying to. They're a bit on the wrong side, you see. That's what I'm saying.
Oh, yeah, no, I know. I'm aware. I've been working on it. I don't think I'm quite getting to her yet, but yeah. I mean, it's only been a couple weeks. Yeah, I can't really sit back and watch while innocent people are burned alive. So, I totally get it. I can probably take you there if you need to get to the fire cult specifically.
So you know where they are already?
Yeah, I just came from there.
Oh.
Wait, do I know where they are? I think I do.
Yeah.
Like currently.
So
Yeah.
I might not have told you that in the stuff I gave you, but you would know that there is, back in Rastor, there's a marble quarry just outside of town. And within the quarry, there is an entrance that a secret entrance that leads to the fire temple.
Yeah, they're back in Rastor. They've got a sort of stronghold there.
Isn't that a little too far east for Valbank? Far west, I mean. It'd be out of the way.
So the fire cult is still back in Rastor, correct? And the guys are here do not include your cousin. Am I understanding this right?
That would be correct. You know that they sent a detachment out this way, and it's certainly just your guess from what you heard, what you've gathered, Cherry, is that it's probably no more than maybe 5 or 6 cultists. Kind of low level members that are trying to prove themselves, that were given this errand, this assignment, to prove their worth to the cult.
Okay. And do I know whether they're like this errand was specifically to set it off or to just take it somewhere out in Verbobonk?
You don't have a ton of details about what the plan is, but like your assumption, given what you've heard, is that Verbobonk is the target.
Right. Yeah, as far as I know, Cuzes didn't come out for this. They sent some of their goons squad.
That's great. So there won't be issue if we kill them.
Oh yeah, no, it should be fine.
Well,
I was just gonna ask, any luck so far? You looking. What happened here? You okay?
Yeah, this isn't mine. I was walking. I don't have a horse. They're sometimes scared of me. So, yeah, no, I don't know what happened here. I just found this flipped over and figured I'd check to see if there was anything inside, but...
You sure it's not just some highway robbery?
They usually just slaughter the horses and leave people alive for highway robberies?
Well, the people aren't here. Maybe they walked away. And he'll just have like a look from like wherever they are.
Sure.
Like not too in depth, but just like look at it just based on scuff marks, blood stains.
Okay, you want to give me a survival check?
Okie dokie.
You pick up on definitely the evidence of the battle. So like the signs of blood having dried upon the road is relatively apparent. A bit even caked onto like kind of the sides of the wooden cart itself. And I think in general you can see that it looks like whatever attacked, you don't have like precise numbers or anything, but whoever did this attack definitely returned to the road and headed north. But then you'll very quickly lose track of that as it mixes with just the general traffic of the road.
Well, it seems to me whoever drove this cart had themselves an unhappy accident with some bandits. Shouldn't be too much of a concern for us now. Yeah, they went north though. Who knows, we might run into them.
It is a concern because let's assume that the cultists were on the losing side, right? So we got an unknown group who was in strength enough to assault them and overcome them, and has gained possession of the orb, which they might know or not what is it. And actually, if they don't, that's even worse because they don't know at some point it's going to go off.
I mean, Thorwald, you're old. You've seen them. What is it, anyways? Yes, you're very old. I can see that.
I'm very old. I know. Don't stop reminding me.
So what are these orbs that you cultists speak of all the time?
They're like a sphere. Well, just
I know what an orb is, Thorwald.
That's what they are. They are orb, and they have okay.
So it's a ball?
It's a ball with some mystical elemental energy contained within.
But what does it do?
Explodes.
It explodes.
Correct. And that's the problem. We should prevent that.
So this is probably a good time to just review the orbs because these are things that have been used and even inflicted upon Hamlet. Specifically, a fire orb was detonated in Hamlet, although not outside. It happened contained within a tower, and so that sort of buffeted the initial blast. Probably from all accounts of these orbs, those that originate with the fire cult seems to be probably the ones that have the potential to rack up the biggest body count. And if detonated in a place like Verbabank, where there is a lot of buildings in close proximity, like the entire city could be razed in minutes.
They're not something to mess with.
No.
Sounds like the type of thing we might want to deliver to the fire cult themselves. Now that we know where they are, we can get our hands on it. Special delivery.
They can
Well,
return to sender.
Well, the best thing would be actually deliver and make it explode in the middle of nowhere because, minimize, victimize.
True.
Yeah,
It's true.
the orbs have
Pretty far away because it changes the climate, right?
It does. All of the orbs, there have been evidence that their effects can be felt miles out.
I'm going to, at that, you just saying that, and just thinking about, I'm going to see if I feel, I mean, I don't know if they've ever been to Vermont before, but do they see, like, I don't know, burnt, like weeds in the distance or grass or anything that signifies that? Is there a sense of warmth or anything?
No, nothing like that. It's actually wintertime right now.
Mhm.
And even though currently there's no snow or anything, it's just like kind of this like kind of dead, like everything is just cold and so there is no signs that such a thing has been used, at least not in the vicinity where you stand. Are there other things that you want to do here in and around this cart?
I guess Thorwald would extend the range of research to look for the bodies, because if they destroyed the cart, it's unlikely that they carry the bodies with them on their shoulders. So I'm supposing that they dropped them somewhere beyond the range of normal sight from the road, but that's just a supposition, and I think he will try to verify that hypothesis.
Why don't you give me an investigation check? Not so good.
Not so good.
What did you end up with?
9.
9. You definitely don't find the bodies. The only physical evidence of living creatures that were a part of all of this are the 2 dead horses. And so kind of a mystery what happened to, if the cultists had indeed died and didn't just flee or something, there's just no evidence that their bodies are here.
Or did you
Investigate
mention-
the wreckage for
Well, but
anything shiny, and see if, like, if it were a robbery motivated, maybe they took, if they left something here that's
Sure.
conspicuously valuable, then that would prove that it wasn't a robbery. for
Okay.
instance.
Why don't you give me an investigation check, kind of specifically looking at the cart itself?
All right.
Sorry, Alex, did you mention how it looked like the horses died yet?
I haven't, but if you would like to give me a medicine check, you can.
Got a 5.
Okay. There definitely are some supplies, like some food stuffs and like maybe a cask of ale in the cart. But you don't find. So here's a thing that you could assume just based on the shared knowledge of devastation orbs. The one thing that the group would know, maybe communicated either by Lix or Thorwald, is that to safely transport devastation orbs, they have to be in a container that contains runes, specifically runes attuned to the opposite element to keep that thing from detonating. Because otherwise they're kind of on a timer. They only have a certain shelf life if they're not properly stored in that fashion. And so you don't find a container like that.
that's potentially good news.
All right. And we have someone doing a medicine check.
I did. I got a 0. So for all I know, the horses are alive.
They just look butchered. Big pools of blood that is dried and has stained the ground is there. And then they have wounds that just look like you're not sure how they were created, but it looks like kind of like slashing flesh ripped apart kind of around their neck specifically.
I guess the last thing Thor would do because if I remember correctly, when we were in Hamlet, and that courier lady came into the inn and was speaking with Gundegut, she mentioned that there were some minotaurs escorting the cart. So I guess he would try to determine by looking at the tracks if he can determine where those large, hoofed tracks went.
Sure. Give me a survival check.
$18.
Okay. So you're able to see that clearly there were. I don't remember. Did I say how many minotaurs?
No.
We're gonna call it 2. I'd have to pull up my notes to remember, but you definitely see like hoof prints, like that of a minotaur, and you can find where they were felled, and then it looks like they were dragged back up onto the road, and they kind of lead right to where there's some like heavy rut marks from wheels, and so what the conclusion you come to is that they were killed and then maybe loaded up onto a separate cart.
Which would also explain the mystery of the missing bodies.
Yeah, and as you start to look for that as well, you'll start to see evidence that there's kind of traffic patterns between these 2 carts.
Okay, guys, we got our leads. Let's follow the second set of tracks.
Well, it's something to go off of, I guess.
All this stuff here, now that the cart's right side up, I was thinking, the 4 of you, maybe pull it and I'll hold it down from on top.
No.
What? Why?
Well, we might find the owners and return it to them. We could do a good deed, plus save my dogs some barking along the way.
Lix is gonna kind of move up close and kind of look down at you a bit and just stare at you and just say, "Come on." No.
All right, let's go.
All right. So you all want to head north along the road, heading in the direction of Verbabank. So nightfall comes, probably just maybe 15 minutes away from your arrival to Verbabank. And you start to make your way, and you eventually see the walled city. Population probably about 12,000 or so here. Mostly human, with a few gnomes and elves also spread out throughout the populace. Even though it is becoming the evening hours as you enter through the front gates, and there are multiple gates that lead into Verbabank. It's situated right on the Velvediva River. But you enter through the main gate that's on the south side of the city. And I believe that's the image I have up in Foundry. So you'd be coming in from this gate just down here off the road. And so you have no problems at the gates getting in. And even though it's the evening hours, activity is still pretty much bustling. There's lots of people coming and going. Street vendors still hawking their goods and cooking up food on the street. And kind of, I don't know, maybe it's a little bit of an iconic scene coming into a big city like this, but you could see that there are beggars and panhandlers that seem strategically positioned right here off the road, hoping to grab a few coins from any of the merchants that maybe still have a few loose coppers from paying their taxes and whatnot to the guards. As you make your way in, you can see that there's one such individual dressed in rags, barefooted, who's standing on this kind of wooden crate, centrally located. Sorry, not centrally located, but just on the corner of a street. And he's sort of proselytizing to no one's really paying much attention to him, but kind of a doom barker. He's saying, "The end times are near, my friends. Please heed this warning. King Belvor, the Forced Reign, is nearly at an end. Elemental cults once again carry on, unopposed to the south. The dead rise from the graves. Are your ears a prickle? Eyes that can see may yet be blind. Heed my words."
I think Lix definitely might start moving up.
Aang is also interested.
And the man, as a couple of you start to make your way towards him, his eyes light up. Maybe a new occurrence that someone's actually listening to him, and he gets louder and a little bit more belligerent.
Quiet. No need to yell. Come on down. We need to talk.
And he doesn't exactly come off the wooden box, but he kind of like leans over, and he does quiet down a bit. You can see there are guards posted around that they're watching activity in the street, but they're always glancing at him, like they're always keeping him in their periphery. And he just kind of leans over and he says, "You know what I say to be true, do you not, brother?" Sister, I guess he would say to Lix.
And Lix would probably be just quiet until yeah. Either way, what do you know? How do you know these things you're saying?
Oh, I see it in the leaves of my morning tea. I hear it from the passers-by. There are wicked things happening outside of our walls.
And
Any interesting passers-by recently?
Oh, well, and he'll start kind of rattling off things that he's seen throughout the day. You're getting the sense you probably have to hone him in a little bit if you're going to get any useful information from him.
And he's also like a beggar, correct?
He's wearing rags. He's got no shoes. He's filthy.
I'll toss him 3 gold. Anything interesting with a cart coming with a couple of Minotaur corpses recently? That would be very interesting for my ears.
Oh. I can't say for sure, but I did see a cart. It seemed to be carrying something clandestine covered. I saw a woman dressed in black leathers, raven hair. Yes, her name is Nareen. She is well known in these parts. Sort of a mercenary. Very skilled, very ruthless. I saw her, and he points to kind of the guards at like the front gate, and he says, "I saw her hand them quite a bit of gold. Bribery."
Quiet. Not so loud. Continue, please.
I'm just saying the truth out loud. The truth that no one wants to listen to. Corruption is rife in this city. The nobles, and he starts to go off on his tangent.
You know where she headed off to?
Well, I don't know for certain, but she is well known to work for the elite. She does the nobles' dirty work. She likely frequents a tavern known as the Jewel of the Velverdiva, right off the river. It is a place where the nobles are known to frequent. They say even Viscount Fenward frequents that place on occasion.
Well, thank you for the information. be careful out here.
I have nothing to fear. I have nothing to lose.
That's fair. You didn't see us. We'll be on our way. Thank you.
And he just kind of like gives kind of a symbol to his chest, like letting you know maybe that he's with you, or he says something like, I can sense the good in you. You're going to right the wrongs that are plaguing the city. Tell me it is so, sister.
We're here to protect the people. Don't worry. Just be careful out here. Don't yell too loud like I'm saying. Just be careful. Keep an eye on your back. And then she'll maybe toss a coin over to him as well and kind of walk away.
He kisses it. Bless you, sister. Bless you. What are the rest of you doing while this exchange is happening?
Thorwald is listening, but from a distance.
Give me a perception check.
Okay.
$11.
Okay. You just hear taking in the sounds of the street, of the passersby, of the city in general. How about you, Peanutty?
I think you'd have a look around and see if he can see any of the old hoods he used to hang around, and maybe you can ask them what's going on if they've seen anything weird.
Okay. Definitely
Business, that type of thing.
Verbabank is a big city, and so if at some point you wanted to go deeper into the city to explore some familiar stomping grounds of yours, you could. Is this something that you would break off from the group and do, or is this something that you'd wait for them and maybe try to get them to come with you?
Yeah, probably that, I think.
Okay. So hold off on that so you have a conversation with them about that. And then anything that you're doing, Cherry?
Cherry would probably just be more keeping an eye out, looking for sort of any symbolism or even faces she might recognize from the fire cult. But it's a big town.
You can give me a perception check as well.
It's another 0.
Okay. Just keeping an eye
Getting all
out.
my nat ones out now.
Yeah. So, so your business with this individual, and I think Yang, you were just kind of engaging in the same conversation with the beggar, right?
Yes.
So, as things are wrapping up here, you'll have a moment to kind of gather together again and check in with one another about what your plans might be.
I think as before we even kind of gather together, as he turns his back to the beggar, he's gonna just kind of, or she's gonna just look forward, not at the group, but just say we've already probably given ourselves away. If someone's keeping an eye on this guy, they just saw us talking to him.
Great. It should make them worried. And if someone's worried, they make mistakes. And mistakes are easy to follow.
Yeah, but then so will we. Look around. There's eyes everywhere.
The best way to hide is making sure everybody can see you.
Never heard that one before.
I mean, you're wearing all red. You're not difficult to miss.
That's why I say that.
Oh, good, because I'm good at
that. Either way, Lix will join back up with the rest of the group and just share what they've said. As that's happening, could she take a look and see if anyone's kind of staring at the group?
Sure.
Okay.
And thank you so much for the cheer earlier there, Jeff, and thank you, Kogo, for the sub.
This works now.
Appreciate the support.
Oh, that's great. An 8.
Not that you can see. You know, most of the people that you're seeing coming and going seem to be kind of going about their own business and just following kind of the natural traffic patterns of the city.
On the plus side, based on what he pointing at the beggar told you guys, this person is known. It's widely known, so it shouldn't be difficult to find her, right?
Well, if there's anything to go off of, perhaps the higher lords of this place might not take us kindly to Snoopy about their proposed business.
Right.
How fitting.
In fact, my first idea was to go and head up the guards, but they already might be compromised.
Well, then let's go to this tavern and lay eyes upon this problem of ours.
Peanutty, you've been here. Where's it at?
And Peanutty, you would know that it is kind of on the northern side of the city, and it actually sits along the river, up over in this direction.
Right this way, my friends.
All right. Alex, as we begin to move, could Lix try to fall back and shadow the group, kind of looking to see if anyone else is kind of watching him?
Sure.
Okay.
I'm gonna say that this check is gonna end up being at disadvantage just because
Sure, because
you missed out on some clues maybe earlier.
Mm-hmm.
But thank you, Corey, for the DM reroll, and thank you, Jeff, for the player reroll. So you guys have a reroll in the mix.
Excellent.
Yeah, so your guys are planning to head in the direction of the Jewel of the Velvediva Tavern.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that sounds good.
Okay. Lex, go ahead and give me a perception check at disadvantage.
Okay.
But with 2 24s, you do notice at some point as you're moving forward, you kind of split off from the group. How far back behind the group do you think you're following?
I'm gonna say that however far comfortable she would feel, maybe 40 to 50 feet, keeping an eye on them, but also kind of trying to slip back as best she could.
Okay. So at some point, as you're kind of waiting, you're watching the group move ahead through the streets, a pair of guards, city guards, are very clearly following the group.
Okay.
And they're kind of, you can't really hear what they're talking about, but they're clearly kind of like, you know, leaning over to one another, kind of whispering to each other and like nodding and gesturing kind of subtly towards the group, but you pick up on that and watch them. As the group carries on and gets, and then in reaction to that, Lix, you're just keeping eyes on them, right?
Yes.
Okay. So you guys all make your way to kind of the northeastern side of the city, and you come upon this sort of luxurious-looking 2-story tavern that has a painted and engraved sign above the door that indicates the name of this establishment, the Jewel of the Velvediva, and has kind of engraved in the behind the wording, the lettering, a big diamond. And you walk in, and I will move you onto a new map here. I shouldn't have any lighting or anything like that going on here. No walls, so you should be able to see the entire place. Let me know if it turns out not to be the case. But this is the Jewel of the Velvediva. And as you're making your way in, you can smell the aromas of the food that this establishment purports to be the best in the city, as well as kind of the smell of hops and barley on the air. It is a very welcoming place, very well lit, very clean. Only a smattering of people here. It's not super packed or anything. There is a man sitting at a piano playing some music at kind of a fervent, kind of upbeat tune. It seems like a number of the patrons are enjoying taking that in, taking in the music. You can see behind the bar, there is a jovial man who is laughing, and he's got a rag in hand. He's like constantly like kind of cleaning, wiping down the countertops, cleaning glasses and such. He seems like he's got this natural talent. He's a bald man, kind of heavier set, but he's got this natural talent for being able to conduct banter with his customers while keeping himself busy. And he's just kind of fervently, he's almost like sweating. You see him kind of using the rag at times to bead the wick sweat off of his brow. But he does so with a smile. He's laughing, he's cracking jokes. But probably your gaze, you're here on a mission, and you can see over at this table here a woman in black leather with kind of straight, sleek black hair herself, blue icy eyes, and she's sitting at a table with two heavily armed men, both wearing breastplates, long swords. Each one has a heavy crossbow that's sitting next to them, and they look like they're not drinking heavily, but they all have a mug of ale at arm's length away. And I think the appearance of your crew, like, instantly kind of, you could tell nobody knows. This isn't a place that strangers walk into. And so the fact that you're all like kind of newcomers that walk in here, everyone's kind of like curious about who you are. Is what you read off of everyone's gaze. The barkeep probably welcomes you and says, "Hello and welcome to the Jewel of the Velvediva. Come on up. How can I serve you this evening?"
Dear sir, we're here to try your beers. Smell is good. The place looks clean. So let's see if we can drink some interesting brew. Can we take a seat?
Absolutely. Would you like a spot here up at the tavern or at the bar, or we got plenty of tables? Just seat yourself. Let me know what you like. I'll bring it out to you.
Thank you, dear sir. And with that, Thor will stride very fast towards this table right here.
Hey, I think you're going to my seat.
You both kind of bump into each other as you try to both simultaneously
What are
sit
you
down
doing?
in that chair.
This is my seat, old man.
And so, you're all rushing in to grab that table there?
Well,
Actually, Peanut,
slowly
you might
come up
make
there
a
like a normal person, but yeah.
make a detour over this way. Flick a silver to the guy at the piano. Hey, maestro, play something suspenseful.
Da 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 da. And he kind of tips his hat to you and flips it up on top of the piano and gives a little jingle, shakes the coins that are inside, gives you a wink, and starts playing your request. And then he goes,
Oh, I'm sorry. A little cheap for your taste there. Throw him a handful of coppers on top of it, sprinkling them in there. There you go. That should make about
thank you. You don't have to do that. That's so kind of you to throw a few coppers my way. That's splendid.
Oh, yeah, you're welcome. I thought they were gold. You know, that's the lighting in here. I think, you know, if you check those outside, you might find there. You know, I'm quite generous.
He plays your song for about 30 seconds and then moves on to goes back to what he was playing. So the lot of you are making your way to that table. How about Lix?
Did she was kind of trailing the group. Did she notice the guards go off on their own somewhere? Or?
So they appear to be just posted up outside the tavern. They don't go inside, but they're just like watching. They stay out on the street.
Okay. Sounds good. I think at this point, Lix will not go inside, but because obviously, I mean, unless she would be able to find time to go in without them seeing, or I think she'll stay out for now.
Okay, that sounds good.
I'll just put her out here for now.
All right, so the four of you are seated at this table. You order some beverages, and the barkeep makes his way over and delivers them to your table. And we'll just say he brings your total up. He rings you up and says 2 gold.
Thorwald will hand him 5 and whisper to his ear, "Can you please bring a beer to that and some lady over there and say that it's from me?"
Make an insight check.
Here we go. How good is my insight? Not good. So this is gonna be fun. Hey,
You're an expert.
His his breathing kind of changes a bit, and he's already sweating, but maybe he's sweating even like more profusely. Like kind of dabs it again. He's like, whoops, yeah, you got it. Like he's still like carrying on being happy and jovial and whatnot, but you can detect there's some his hands like kind of like shaking a bit, and you see him make his way back behind the bar, and maybe a minute or two later, you watch him return to that table. You watch him promptly set it right in front of her and then point in your direction. She eyes the glass curiously. She looks at it. She looks at you. She
give it the gesture.
Yeah, she raises the glass, but you don't see her take a drink from it. She just kind of like sets it aside. But she acknowledges it.
I'm it and taste it. And we'll say, may we have a talk, milady? If you're not too busy otherwise.
She gestures for you to approach her table. At this point, the two men that are with her kind of scoot their chairs back and just give you kind of this really stern look, eyeing you up as you approach. And she says, "Oh, I appreciate the drink, friend, but I make it a point not to accept drinks from strangers."
Totally understandable. Honestly, if I were looking at myself, I wouldn't accept a drink from myself either. But we live in such strange times that seldom bring us outside of our comfort zone.
Yeah, so what do you want?
I I don't know how to say this, so I'll just go straight to the chase. We're chasing a powerful magical object. We need to make sure it's safely contained, because where the magical object be placed in unsafe hands, it might be extremely dangerous, especially in a city.
She just like kind of pulls her hair back into a ponytail, and she's like putting it up as you're talking, and she says, "Well, good luck with that."
So you haven't seen anything like that, I imagine, from your reaction.
She just leans back and she says, "If I had, do you think that I would tell you that? Do you think I would just reveal all the details of my business? No. I'm a professional, sir. My services come at a very expensive price, and that expensive price gets my discretion."
Let me tell you something, lady. If that orb explodes, your discretion, your money is worth jack shit, because you're going to be dead in a blaze of fiery fire. I'm not kidding around.
Make an intimidation check.
We got rerolls.
I'm gonna
Reroll.
use it. I'm gonna use the reroll. Thank you, Jeff. Oh, come on.
Oh,
What can we say? She's a professional.
pretty badass.
This sounds like a mansplaining check.
Oh.
She says, "Look, if it had stayed with who it had been with previously, you might be right. But it isn't, and it's in safe and capable hands. You don't need to worry about this anymore. Why don't you just go on your merry way, stop pretending and acting like you're going to play hero, and just forget about it. You're not even from here, are you?"
Thoa will take out his mask. He's got like a leather mask that covers the upper part of the face, revealing tribal tattoos and more scars than he can count. And he'll say, 10 years ago, I was a guard here in Verbobank. Well, more of a prisoner, really. Since then, we've done a lot of stuff, me and my friends. But let me tell you something we don't do. We don't pretend.
She says, "There's nothing more for us to discuss here. Look, there's a lot of innocent people here in this very tavern. We don't want to have any kind of conflict."
That's why I'm asking to you to show that you're reasonable.
"I'm being reasonable by staying my hand and not taking your head off from its stump. Return, have your drink. You'll calm down. You'll relax. We're all just having a good time here."
Thorwald will look towards the table where the party sits. What does he read in their eyes?
You see Yang at the prospect of someone's head being removed, just a slight chuckle and just, adjusting himself as he sips his drink.
Pinati, what about you?
He's like that Michael Jackson meme where he's eating popcorn, except he's got like a bowl of peanuts and he's watching the exchange.
Cherry?
Yeah, that's a similar kind of look from Cherry. She's like sipping her drink, like that cat with the oh.
So as this is happening, I think there's some kind of stare down happening. It's real tense. It feels like at any moment like a weapon is going to be drawn or like shit's going to go down. But then suddenly from behind the bar, you hear a thump. And those of you that maybe are kind of watching, you would have just watched the barkeep just fell and slammed his head on the bar top and then fell behind the bar. And all the patrons that are there sipping on their drinks all just simultaneously just hear that bar stool scoot as they're all standing and kind of looking up and over the bar to like look down upon them. What does the party do?
Yeah, can I try and book it over there?
Sure. So you're running over there. How about Yang?
Yang personally does not care about the barkeep, but maybe the person who did something to the barkeep. I'm gonna look for a window or stairs or anything that would indicate someone did something and starting to scoot away.
There is a staircase that leads upstairs, relatively close by. How about Peanutty?
Yeah, I think he'll rush over and take cover behind the bar as he sees if the guy's still alive or if he can discern what happened to him.
All right. And Thorwald, what's going on with you as this happens?
Thorwald is intently thinking whether or not I should challenge this lady, so that's all he's doing.
Okay. So Cherry and Peanutty, you're moving over there as well?
Yeah. If I can hop to the
Yeah.
bar, then I will.
Just do a cool move, like jumping over the bar, you know.
All right.
Yeah.
So you get to over there, and what you both see is the barkeep is on his back, and he's like kind of convulsing, and he's starting to kind of spit up a little bit, like almost like he's vomiting, and his eyes just look completely red, just totally bloodshot. And as you're looking down, maybe you're thinking about trying to dispense some healing to him, or put him over on his side. You're thinking about like how best to help him. He suddenly kind of stops still, and he like lets out a belch, but there's like this noxious gas that bleeds up out of his mouth and fills the perimeter of the room here in the corner, extending out 30 feet from him, which is going to get, I think, definitely Cherry and Peanutty. Yeah, maybe Yang as well. It's just like instantaneous, this big, huge gas cloud. And all of the other commoners, all the other patrons are choking and hacking, and they're falling to the ground as well. So the three of you, Yang, Cherry, and Peanutty, give me a Constitution saving throw. And while you're doing that, shout out there to Planet Buster. Thank you for the sub. Appreciate the support. You
Got a
guys,
5.
oh no.
Beyond's up again, by the way, at least for now, or for me at least. Oh.
There is one reroll. Would anyone like to use it?
Yes, please.
All right, go ahead
I
and
got a 12.
Or unless anybody else needs it, I'll use it. Okay, here we go.
No, you go for it.
16.
okay. So
I knew I should have taken Thorwald's chair.
Chernika and Peanutty, the two of you take 11 points of poison damage. And Yang, you take 22 points of poison damage.
Should have taken Thorwald's chair when I had the chance.
All right. So as that happens, you're watching all of these patrons drop. The woman and her guards look horrified at what is happening. Their attention turns away from Thorwald, and they're like kind of looking over in that direction. Piano playing stops. That man is covering his mouth in horror as all these people are dropping and kind of convulsing on the floor.
Say, geez, man, what did you eat? As he reaches back and gets his potion he's been working on, a lesser restoration. Will that help him? I'm gonna try.
You're casting lesser restoration on the barkeep?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think so. Yeah, I mean, yes.
So you invoke the power of that spell, and you're not seeing any effect on him. Like he, after he lets out that belch, he's like completely still. He stops convulsing. The other bodies, there's like 6 or so around in that area. They're all still kind of quivering about and flailing about. So out on the street where Lix is, you probably hear a bunch of commotion kind of happening, some strange sounds from the inside. I don't know that you know exactly what's going on in there. The guards are also taking notice and like realizing like they're kind of listening, trying to figure out what changed, why did the music stop. And then you start to hear screams kind of coming throughout the city. One by one. Very unnerving, and they kind of echo and reverberate.
I mean, Lix's eyes would go wide because, I mean, it's dawning on her whatever's happening is happening everywhere.
You see some commoner that's like walking down the street, like an old man. He's like on a walking stick, or he's got his walking stick. He's kind of slowly making his way down the street. He suddenly just kind of hunches over and starts vomiting, and then slumps down to the ground. And like you see maybe like 2 or 3 other instances of similar illness happening around you.
God, it's in the flower.
Well, I was sitting there writing the adventure, and you guys were playing that zombie game, and I was just like, don't overdo it right now.
It's all coming together.
Oh! Lix is going to begin to look around. She was gonna do this tailing and all this stuff, but she's looking at the guards, and she's gonna go up to the door and just yell, "Everyone outside, let's go!" Now she's gonna yell.
Okay. You probably noticed the guards actually peel away as they start to hear like the screaming throughout the city. Like they get carried to some other crisis. You make it to the door. You kind of call out for everyone to leave. And those of you on the inside, as you're watching all this horror happening, I think these, the woman and these 2 guys, they peel out and they start running down the street.
Well, Thorwald would follow them, and not because he's following them, because it's definitely going for the door, as Lix suggested. As well.
Okay. And the rest of you also heading for the door. The commoners that are still on their feet, there's probably like 6 or so that have not fallen sick. They're all running for the door as well.
Yeah, I'm running to the door.
Yeah, let's get out of here.
Okay. So you kind of rush and try to file, like there's a little bit of panic from the commoners, so they're kind of pushing and shoving to get out, but eventually everybody exits the tavern. And by the time you get out there, you would see the woman and her 3 guards are kind of like running this way and then bending, heading due south down a side street.
Thorwald would point toward the woman and with a do we want to follow?
Yes, she's the only lead.
Mhm.
You fool. Should have had that fucking chair.
Lix would after hopefully seeing them coming out, Lix will be able to will start following them.
Okay. That sounds good. As you
Alex,
yeah, go ahead.
one question. As this was happening, the lady seemed scared or cool?
Make another insight check.
Nope. 5.
5. Okay. You're just not sure. She just is very hasty. She's got kind of a steely look at all times anyway, so it's sort of hard to pick up on her emotional content. But so you start pursuing them, and you start running. You're kind of darting and weaving through the streets a bit. They're definitely intentionally trying to take back alleys. And it's dark. It's like nighttime out. So you're just doing your best to kind of keep eyes on them as they're basically just kind of shadowy figures up ahead. You've really just got, starlight maybe, and maybe a little bit of overflow luminescence from any windows that might be open. But eventually, you corner them into a back alley. And it's just the three of them. And then they pull out swords, and they get ready to go head-to-head with you in a combat.
Mm-hmm.
And then suddenly you see like a form drop down behind them, a shadowy figure with a cloak. And it does so silently. They don't seem to notice it, but you see it like kind of stand up, and it like creeps up right behind one of the guards and grabs his head and then snaps it, and the body drops. And the other two kind of turn around immediately upon seeing that. And you can see the face of the person that is stalking them. And for those of you that have ever seen Prince Thrommel, it's him. And so he's like full Batman mode right now.
Great to see you again.
That's what I was picturing too. Sword of me.
And he grabs her by the neck and like slams her against the wall, and he says, "Where do you think you're going?" And he gives like a nod over to Yang, I think. I think it would be Yang that he would nod to.
I was there.
Alex, would Thorwald recognize him? Because he was there when the body was found, but he still had his stake on.
Yeah, it probably takes you a little bit longer to believe what you're seeing or to make the connection, but you would recognize him. He's beautiful. He's a handsome man, just as youthful looking as he was at the point when he would have been abducted or / killed. He's not wearing anything that would identify him as Thrommel. Like he's wearing like just a drab overcoat. He's got some armor on, like a breastplate, kind of dingy looking, and he's got a kind of sword that he picked up along the way and a dagger. But he grabs her and he's got her held. And the other one tries to like run away, and he grabs him by the scruff of his neck, and he's like, "Not you. You're going to answer their questions."
Thanks for the help. She's gonna move up. Just kind of looking at this figure. Probably not knowing who they were, but gonna go and say, where are you going? What's happening now? What is happening?
there is terror that fills her eyes and the man as well. And she just starts like kind of stammering, and she says, Lord Deeg,
Get it together.
we
Get
did
it
it
together.
We the orb, we gave it to Lord Deeg. He commissioned us. He told us that there would be a wagon arriving from the south, that we were to wait on the road. Said we would know it by the minotaurs that accompanied it. So we wait. We staked it out. We attacked them. It was over within seconds. We took the bodies. We loaded them up on our cart. We took the coffer, the metal case. Said he needed it. That he wanted it. We delivered it to his manor.
How long ago?
Just yesterday.
Where is he?
At his home, I guess, in the Noble District.
What's it look like?
And she'll describe it, where you'd be able to find it. Drab building, racked with disrepair, overgrown weeds and trees and shrubbery in the yard. She'll say it's unmistakable. It is an eyesore within the neighborhood that it exists.
And what do you know of this Lord Deeg, other than he hired you?
I don't know. He used to be well liked by his neighbors and his colleagues, but the other nobles whisper that there's been something wrong with him these past months, that his behavior has changed, that he's become a recluse. He's become a rude, unpleasant man.
When you say his house is an eyesore, how so?
It's,
Mystic runes and that sort of thing?
no, it's just ruined. It hasn't been upkept. No one's seen any servants or known anybody that has worked for him in months. He laid off all of his staff.
Is he all paid up on his fire insurance?
I don't know. He had us deliver the things, not... There's a cellar underneath the house. That's where he made us unload the bodies. I don't think burning this place down will solve any of your problems.
I guess we know where we're headed. What is going... Anything else? Do you know what is happening? Like, are these screams still happening? Like,
Oh,
in
yeah.
the distance? Or...
Yep. Absolutely.
I guess Thorwald would totally ignore the situation and slowly, with bulgy eyes, walk toward Batman and kind of stammer some incomprehensible word at him until it
And
gets.
he would just look at you. He'd put his, like, hand on your shoulder, and he'd just say, "Look, I know that you recognize me, but you cannot say anything of me being here. You understand? The mere fact that people need to remember and believe that I died at the Battle of Emerdy Meadows. Sorry, that would be not right. That I died on the way to my wedding. I don't want anyone to see me like this. I just merely went to see my father one last time. I've heard, I have felt, I've been dreaming about what has happened to him, that he is sick. I may have just one last chance to say goodbye before he passes."
There is something I must tell you, though.
Yes?
I'm afraid Frog-a-Rock. Frog Rock is no more.
It makes sense. I have called out to it many, many times. I can feel that it is not here any longer. Of the losses that I've incurred in my life, it is not the most severe. But I am glad that it was found. I've been appraised of what you did 10 years ago, and so in whatever small way that it helped you in dealing with Ayas and dealing with that demon, I'm glad it was in your hands.
I brought back your crown to your father. Not that made him feel better, but I hope it gave him closure.
Well, thank you. If it wasn't for the fact that he is on his deathbed, I would not go back and sully that memory, but I want to give him a proper goodbye.
I'm sure he'll appreciate it.
This is all in good, and it's happy that everything is working out for all of us. But right now, we need to get to this. We need to get to this manor. We appreciate your help, whoever you are. We really do. But we need to get there because something is going on.
If it were possible for me to follow where you go, I would accompany you, but I will not be able to go inside that place. And so I will take my leave of you. Perhaps a month from now, after my business is concluded, I will return back to the temple. And if you have need of me, you can seek me out there.
You can help us a bit though. And she's gonna look at the two people that are with him. You see, you two, you're gonna be coming with us. We're trying to stop this, and we're gonna need your help. If in any way you decide that you are gonna back cross us, then we're gonna need you to take care of it. Can you promise us that?
He nods.
And you too?
And they both kind of, with the heaviness of fear that they may be bitten into, like they recognize what he is. They saw the fangs.
Mm-hmm.
And they seem like they will be compliant.
Then let us go.
All right. Anything else you want to do here at this point while you still have Thrommel with you? Anything before heading to the manor? If not, just looking at the time, this is probably the right time for us to maybe do a 10-minute break. So we'll take 10 minutes, take our break, and when we come back, we will pick things up with the group, maybe kind of casing the manor house and determining what they may want to do next. So thanks for sticking with us. We are 20 Sides to Every Story. If you are just joining us for the first time, do hop on over to our Discord server so you can get connected with the community and possibly jump into one of these games yourself. These are open games that we invite our people that watch us and people that join our community to come in and play a game with us. So thanks. We will be right back. Hello, welcome back, everybody. Thanks for joining us here, hanging out with us on 20 Sides to Every Story. Here, I'll get all these maps I kind of pulled from different Patreons and such. So I'll make sure I get that attribution there in the corner there, so you can check out these guys and find all the great tabletop assets that they create. So where we left off here, the characters had arrived here in the city of Verbabank. They were in pursuit. The original goal had been, I don't know that the goal is unchanged necessarily, but there's been some complications to the goal. They'd come here to Verbabank in hopes of acquiring a devastation orb that had been in the hands of the fire cult, who were planning to use it and detonate it in Verbabank. Just prior to arriving in the city, the characters found that the wagon that was transporting it had been attacked and the devastation orb stolen. Their subsequent follow-up investigation, as they arrived in the town, they identified that that wagon had been attacked by a mercenary, a woman by the name of Nareen, and her goons had attacked and stolen that orb and delivered it to one of the nobles here in Verbobonk, a man named Lord Deeg. And so there's also this weird thing that is happening throughout the city of Verbobonk, in that people are falling sick and dropping left and right. And so there's some kind of plague that is afflicting the city. And so there's sort of this feeling of terror that pervades everything. Right before we left, the group had cornered Nareen and her two henchmen into a back alley. And as they were getting ready for maybe a bit of a combat, Lord Thrommel made his appearance. Apparently, he has headed up this way from where he had previously been hiding at the Temple of Elemental Evil. He is now a vampire, and so has been concealing that fact from the world. But upon hearing about the fact that his father, King Belvor, has fallen sick, had decided to make a trek up north and try to clandestinely maybe say some goodbyes to him before he passes. But Thrommel had seen what was happening with the group and these three mercenaries, and had intervened and inspired some fear to get them to talk. And now the group, I guess I should put their tokens maybe on here if I can find them. Because you have coerced them into kind of tagging along. I guess I don't have the exact tokens here, but these will work for our purposes. So, you have now arrived at the location of Deeg Manor, which is where Nareen had told you that she had delivered, her and her gang had delivered the Devastation Orb, as well as some bodies that they had taken down into the cellars beneath Deeg Manor. So as you are arriving, again, it is night, it is dark out, and you are arriving at this dilapidated manor house. It is, as was described to you, like the rest of this quarter that you're in is these big, luxurious mansions. This is where the elite live in their little cloistered villas. But this place sticks out like it's like a haunted house or something. Maybe not that extreme, but it definitely looks like it has not been cared for. You can see these kind of overgrown trees. Their limbs have not been trimmed or well kempt like the others. There's like vines and moss that has grown up on the cobblestones that lead up to the front door. And all of the windows, their shutters have been drawn shut. And it looks like the place has even been like recently painted like a really dark gray. And so it's just kind of got a dour look. You could see that the cobbled path leads up to a metal-banded wooden door. And I think Nareen would probably tell you that there is a back entrance as well that leads into the manor house closer to an old storage room where there's a trap door that leads to a staircase, and that's the way that they used. They pulled their wagon back there and delivered all the bodies, hauled everything, including the Devastation Orb, down those stairs. So it would seem you've got a front entrance here and a way in the back that you could check out.
What do you guys think?
I think we go to the back.
Yeah. Same path as the orb.
Show us.
Would lead you back here. Where, again, same thing, like out of all the trees. You probably notice that there's a park kind of nearby this place, and all of the trees and vegetation in that area kind of looks overgrown and such as well. And all the trees kind of look a little sickly. You're not sure if it maybe is the case that that park maybe was under the care of Deeg Lord Deeg, who is now something's going on with him, is your understanding, because it sounds like Noreen had kind of told you that the other nobles have he's fallen out of favor with the other nobles, and become sort of a recluse and a shut-in. But there is a stone staircase that kind of leads up maybe 5 feet to this patio, and then there are double doors that lead through the back area here.
So let's do it.
You'll ask Noreen, do you have some kind of secret knock you're supposed to use or something so he knows you're friendly?
She would say she doesn't have a secret knock or anything like that. Her business with him was concluded, and so her being back here, like, she's not going to have a cover story that's going to help you out, because her being back here would raise suspicion.
Well, let's knock and see, and let's have this lord come open the door.
Well, I mean, is it even locked?
I'll tell you in a sec.
Hold on.
Hey on there, bud.
I could do it from here. Come on back. I'll cast my mage hand as an arcane trickster. It's invisible, and I'm able to use my lock pick and whatnot to see if I need to do anything with that.
Okay. You attempt the doors, and they do have resistance, so they don't easily pull open.
Okay.
If you'd like to use your thieves' tools to try to unlock them, go ahead and give me
Yes.
that roll.
Okay. Sure. Thieves' tools. That'd just be what, like a sleight of hand? Could I use that, or would it be a? I don't know if I'm able to.
It's potentially the same. It just depends on where you put your double proficiency on things.
I put it on sleight of hand.
Did you put it on thieves' tools as well?
I didn't know that you could do that. But I would assume not, because I didn't do it.
Okay. So you could roll it. We just subtract off your proficiency bonus once.
That's good.
Okay. So that would be... What's your proficiency bonus at this point? +3?
Proficiency bonus is a +3.
Okay, so it's a 14.
Mm-hmm.
So the way that this is going to work is you do unlock it, but it takes you a bit to do so.
Peanutty, stand back. You're making me nervous. Give me some space.
I'm just watching, trying to figure out how you're doing that.
You're breathing on me.
That's a handy little trick.
And you feel like probably 15 minutes pass, like it took you that long to do it.
Oh boy.
You're trying to do it from a safe distance, but you do manage to unlock them.
Can we go now?
A moment. I'm gonna try to use my owl. I'm gonna go see what we got ahead of us, at least.
Okay, so you use the mage hand to open one of the doors, and then you promptly go into the owl's vision.
Yep.
Okay. As the owl flies, up towards the doors, and even before it needs to go in, it peers in, and there are 2 guards that are watching the doors.
Okay.
They've got breastplates on, and they're just kind of looking. And as soon as they see the owl kind of fly up, they're looking past, and they can see the rest of the group out on the street as they're kind of squinting. And at that point, I think we will roll initiative.
Leave for the owl.
And Chernika, did you want me to roll your initiative for you?
Be great. Yeah, sorry, I just have to reload Forge. My computer crashed.
All right. So this veteran here is up first, and he's going to move. And then it is Lix's turn.
Okay. Lix still has line of sight with one of them. Lix is going to. Lix will attempt to shoot the guard if it's right. They're right there with a heavy crossbow.
All right.
Because I'm assuming they could see us, so I wouldn't be able to like stealth and.
Oh yeah, they clearly see you and like are alerted, like they're gonna go call the reinforcements.
Oh, okay. You know what? She's not gonna do that. What she's gonna do, she's gonna reach in her back and bring out a little, like you could maybe those around her would smell like a bit of incense, and she'll kind of light like a brazier out. And she is going to use her.
Now, just remember what I said about that.
Yeah, I remember that.
So that's not going to be a viable thing in a combat scenario. You'd have to do it outside of combat.
Oh, okay. Sounds good. Sounds good to actually have it ready. And
yeah, it's a whole process to like fire it up. So it's not a.
Got it. Okay, sounds good. In that case, she's gonna fire. She's gonna shoot her crossbow.
Uh, 26 will hit.
26. All right. This damage.
All right, 16 points.
16. Oh, that's with sneak, so it wouldn't be that. It wouldn't be that much.
Okay, subtract off the 11.
Yeah, it just did a 1d10, but it didn't add my. It'd be 5 total. I don't know. I didn't add the extra. Oh, there it is, 5.
All right. Crossbow bolt
now
sinks into it.
Now she'll attempt to stealth and move up.
Sounds good. That'll bring us to Nareem. She's just going to take the dodge action here. Thorwald.
Thorwald will move up because he can't see anything from where he is. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. Still can see nothing. So dash. 5, 10. Oh, there you are. 15, 20, 25, 30. He will say, hey, look. Let's talk about this. That's all I can say.
All right. Cherry's turn.
Okay, let me take a look. I guess. Yeah, so sorry, it cut out a little bit. I only heard when initiative came back in, but we're currently being.
So the current situation is there were 2 guards there. Only one has acted so far, and that one is starting to run away to the west. And then there's another one that is maybe about 30 feet from the doors that Thorwald is approaching.
Okay. Then I'm just gonna use my dash action just to get inside. So I'm kind of beside Thorwall if I can.
Sure.
Someone else would be able to move me. I'm still not in the game again. I'm just watching on stream.
Sure. I think I'm not sure if I counted that up right, but I think you can get to about there. That'll bring us to this veteran right here, who's not very interested in talking, sad to say, Thorwald. So he's going to pull out his heavy crossbow and try to take a shot at you. 21.
And he hit me. Yeah.
8 points of damage. And then he starts to haul himself down this way. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. The veteran who is with you, Nareem's bodyguard, or Merc, he's going to come 5, 10, 15, 20, 30. He'll get to right there. Peanutty.
All right. We from down here we can see past the shrubs to the guard. I mean, I can see it on the map, but does that mean Peanutty can see it?
You no longer can see any guards because they've withdrawn.
Oh, moved.
They moved.
Okay. All right. Can I vault over this bush, or do I need to go around?
If you want to do it in such that you don't have to make any checks, you'd want to go up the stairs here, so around.
5, 10, 15, 20, 25. There we go. Yeah, I guess that's that.
All right. Yang.
What kind of checks would we say if we're going through the bushes?
Just to like hop up and over this. There's like a fencing there. Just like an athletics check, like DC 11.
Oh, sure, he'll do that. Boop, boop, boop. He'll start trying to hop over.
No problem.
Would it be half movement through the bushes at all, or just
You can just move cleanly through that spot.
all right, so 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. Oh. Boy, you're all just all gonna pile up here like a bunch of jackasses, huh? All right. I'll dash. I see the guards. They got more. What's up? That's it.
And you see as you catch up to this guy, he kind of gestures to the other one like go, go, go. And then he's like getting ready to like pull out a weapon, like he's gonna stop and like deal with you while the other guy runs. So that's the end of the round. We're back to the top. The veteran, you hear him running. And then Lex, it's your turn.
Lex is going to move up 5, 30. Bonus action. Let's dash 5, 10, 15. I see you. Here goes a shot. Does that stealth carry over?
Yes. So you have
Okay.
advantage.
Okay, here we go.
Oof. That is
A 17.
That is gonna miss.
Oh, yeah.
And probably you
tough.
know it's because he's got a little bit of cover from where you stand.
Mhm.
If it wasn't for that, you probably would have nailed it.
Okie dokie. She will. I think she might try to. She'll move here and try to stealth again.
Sure.
And she will send the owl up to help with Yang against this feller here. That's the end of my turn. Thank you.
Nareem will move about 30 feet, take the dodge action. Thorwald.
Hey, kid, where are you? He thought he saw Yang next to him, but he's already darted away. So, 5. Come on, move forward. 5, 10. Oh, there you are. 15, 20, 25, 30. I guess we're going this way. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. That will be my dash action to get there. So, end of my turn.
All right, Cherry.
Okay. Yeah, let's see if we can find him again. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40. Okay. Five, 10, 15, 20. Yeah, I guess I'll dash as well. 5, 10.
Am I counting it up wrong? I feel like you maybe could have gotten to this square. I didn't see where you started.
Yeah, where Bo's pointing is where it started.
Okay.
So I kind of came in close to this wall to follow it around.
I would say you would have been able to get into melee there if you would have done diagonals.
Okay.
That would have been 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35. 40. Yeah, you could have done that.
Sorry, I'm a little out of loop. And so sorry, this is the guard. This isn't our guy who
It's not
we were
your
hanging out
guy.
with?
Nope. This guy is
Cool.
clearly trying to make a stand against Yang.
All right. Then yeah, I'm gonna do. And just take a swing at him with my great axe.
Sounds good. That one will miss.
All right.
But I think you're level 5 now, right? So you get a second attack.
I do. Do I get that? I don't think. Not sure if I get that when I'm not raging though. So I was just gonna give it a go.
It's just by default whenever you take the attack action, you can take 2 swings now.
Okay, sweet. Then yeah, let's do it.
And fortunately, that one will miss as well.
Yeah.
The veteran here is pulling out his longsword, and they'll make 2 attacks on Yang. Miss, and second attack is 21.
Yep.
And 4 points of damage. The veteran that was with Nareem, he'll take the dodge action. Peanutty, it is your turn.
All right. Round the corner here. 5, 10, 15. Oh, everything's blocked there. 20, 25. Or wait, I thought there was somebody over here. Oh, did I miss where you were pointing? I guess it was over here. I couldn't see. Wait, so that's 15, 20, 25, 30, 35. 40, 45 right there with the defensive flourish, which is basically an attack. Attack right here.
All right, that'll hit. It looks like 10 points of damage plus another 1. 11 points.
Yeah.
All right.
That's good right there.
All right, Yang, it's your turn.
As he gets cut, his rope comes a little loose. His hand starts to twitch just a little bit. Some smoke rises from it. That's kind of weird. And then he'll take 3 attacks on the guy right here. Let's see. Boop.
That'll hit. That'll hit.
And 1 more.
That'll
And
hit.
remember one of those was at advantage as the owl's helping you out.
Oh, okay then. I'll just roll 1 more in case it's a crit then. So, no crits.
No critty.
So first damage. Second. And third. So 29.
Right, he's looking a bit winded as you are pummeling him. Still on his feet.
With my movement, moving through allies, 10, 20, 25, 35, 40. I can get to there.
Sounds good.
Not in time.
Licks, it's your turn.
5, 10, 20, 20. I see that guy. I am going to go ahead and shoot. Here we go.
Hits.
Oh, excellent.
And he
25
falls.
points of damage.
Goodbye.
Goodbye. 5, 10, 20, 25, 30. I think she will use a dash. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30 and get to there. And that's all I could see, so I really can't command the owl. I will have the owl come and just come back to me for now. That's it.
Sounds good. I think some of you probably see across what is probably like the entrance hall, you see a very corpulent man in lavish silks and the fineries of a noble kind of make his way very portly waddle up in front of a dining table next room over. And Lix, what is one of your character's greatest fears?
I think that she would end up losing the connections that have changed her to be more kind and understanding. She is no longer like this bloodthirsty mercenary.
Okay.
She's...
Sounds good. You see for a brief moment this portly man comes into view, and he says, he got big gaudy jewelry on his hands. He goes, well, yes, at my manor we haven't had guests in such a long time. Oh, we should welcome you. And he snaps his fingers, and suddenly you see like a reflection of yourself, like a doppelganger of yourself, like all of a sudden appears right in front of you, and it's just. It starts to move over to like where Yang is and starts stabbing him repeatedly. And then it goes over to Thorwald, starts stabbing him repeatedly in the back. And it just seems to kind of move about the room. And like you're perceiving this as if you're having like an out of body experience a bit. You've lost control of yourself and are you yourself doing these things. So I need you to make a intelligence saving throw.
Okay.
An 8.
That's not good.
So as this is happening to you,
We got rerolls if you want it.
Is it okay if I use a reroll?
yeah, you can use a reroll.
Okay, the more you read, the worse it. I'll reroll.
Okay, so that I don't have to worry about this, I guess.
Neither do I.
So you end up kind of disbelieving that, and
I would still kind of no. She'd still yell, even though at first she'd kind of shake out, and you would see her like fearful, like she was very stoic, but she looked fearful for a moment before she shook it off. Says that your tricks aren't gonna work here. But like she was shaking for a second. She really was.
Nareem is going to run away. Thorwald.
Okay, so I'm down here. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30.
Once you're in there, you can see there are 3 other henchmen getting ready to enter the fray.
Does this look like a fighting situation? This guy seems happy to talk, or no?
Hard to say whether you could pull this back or not. You're wanting to pump the brakes on this and maybe persuade him to the negotiating table?
Well, I mean, we just, made an entry into his house. I understand he would be aggressive. I would say, hey, look, we just won the orb. We know you have it. It doesn't have to be ending in blood. That's all I'll say.
You have your action left?
No.
No, okay. So you're kind of talking, running up there. If you have an action, if someone wants to try to calm the situation, they could do some kind of a charisma check to get cooler heads maybe to prevail. But Cherry, it is your turn.
Okay. Let's get running. 5, 10, 15, 20, 35, 40. Can I see anything from here?
Oof.
Dash action to just kind of sprint, and I think I can get right up next to him. So
Okay.
What I'm gonna do?
You can see that he kind of like, as you're running up, he's just got this like Cheshire cat smile. And he's like, oh, there's so many of you. Welcome to Deeg Manor. And it's very unnerving. Like, this smile is like plastered on his face. Veteran inside the room is going to move up. Yeah, get to right here. We'll take a couple of swings. He's got long sword drawn and a short sword. So, Cherry, first attack is a 14 to hit.
Don't think that hits.
Second,
Oh, wait. No, wait. It didn't update my armor class, but I don't think so, no. I think it's 60. Sorry, what's the second one?
yeah, it looks like what? You've got half plate? Is that what you wear for armor?
Yeah.
So...
Yeah.
15
Yeah, it
plus
should be
dex.
16 then, so that would miss. What was that? Okay. And then the third attack will be with the short sword. And that will miss as well. All right. So the veteran outside with Nareem also is going to run away. All right, another one of Lord Deeg's henchmen here is going to move up. Try to take a couple swings at you. Cherry, first swing. We got a 21 to hit.
Yep.
And that will be 11 points of damage.
Okay.
Second attack with the longsword is going to miss. And then the short sword is going to miss. Peanutty, it is your turn.
Hey, pal. We're with the Verbabunk Homeowners Association. Your neighbors have been complaining about the hedges. I'm going to throw them a couple of quick daggers here.
My neighbors are all dead.
That's not good.
Oh, wait. What am I clicking on longsword for? Sorry. Wrong thing. 2 of these is what I meant. Ah.
Oh, shit.
Oh,
Oh, man. Why were the rolls so much better on the other thing? All right, there we go.
So this is at who now? Is this at
Lord Deeg.
Lord Deeg? Okay. So the 15 will hit.
All right. That's a 9 force.
9 force damage. Okay.
And oh, dang it. And I should have done it beforehand, but curse him as well. The Hexblade's curse. I kind of forgot that existed.
Is that a bonus action?
Yeah. Yeah, I would add
that's
plus
fine.
3 to the.
+3 to the
Oh,
damage?
Yeah, thank you.
Is that what
Yeah.
it is? Okay.
Oh, dang. And Beyond just crashed again. Yep.
All right. That'll bring us to Yang.
Let's see, 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40. I'll get to there. I think I'm a little too far away for darts. Yeah, too far away for darts. Yeah, I'll just shoot him with the crossbow. I'll shoot the guy who's right there, the veteran.
Sounds good. That'll hit. All right.
That's all.
And then one more veteran. 5, 10, 15, 20. They're all ganging up on Cherry. Miss. Second attack with the longsword is a hit. 5 points of damage, and then the short sword misses. Back to the top. Lix, it's your turn.
Lix is going to take, well, let's see. Lix will move up a bit. 5, 10,
Oh.
Move up a bit. Tell the owl from there to go ahead and fly up and just try to distract this guy as for Thorwald. Actually, she'll go up here. So while there. 10, 20, 20, 25, 30. Sees everything going on. I think she. Let me see. Did she stealth last time? No, she didn't. Would she be able to stealth from out here? Would she have been able to like stealth to get up there to shoot, or no?
You'd have to like duck into like another room or something at this point. There's no cover out there.
Okay. Sounds good then.
If that helps.
What was that?
I said I'm engaged with all of them if that helps you.
Okay. That sounds good. In that case, I will shoot. Something. Oof.
That one will
14
miss.
to hit him.
Oh, you're fighting Deeg. It hits Deeg.
Yeah. Okay. Damage with 13 points damage.
All right.
Stop. We only want to talk.
Is that
after she shoots?
Is that a magical weapon?
No magical weapon.
Becomes his turn, and with you can see like the arrow is sticking out of him, and there's like this black like ichor that is kind of pouring and pussing out of the wound, and he just like snaps off the bolt, and he just laughs. He's still got that smile. Oh, we just want to talk. I'm afraid I'm much too busy for you. And he snaps his fingers, and he disappears. He teleports away.
Oh God.
Leaving his guards up the creek. Here to deal with you guys. Thorwald, it is your turn.
Okay, bonus action. Thor will unsheath his sword. After the magic activation rune, the sword will light on fire, and then it will do 5, 10, 15, 20, and it will attack this guy.
That one misses.
Okay, second attack coming his way.
That one hits.
And then the damage is this plus this. So total of 15 points of damage.
All right.
That's my turn.
Cherry's turn.
Okay, I'm a bonus action rage. So I'll bring it down. And then I'm just gonna take a swing at just the guy directly in front of me.
This guy right here.
A couple swings. I think so. Sorry, my character sheet's in the way. Yeah, that dude.
That guy. Okay, sounds good. Do you want me to press the attack button for you?
Sure, yeah, could you? Just being tricky again.
23 will hit. And I guess don't feel like you have to do this, but if it would be more fun for you, because it seems like the maybe connection is giving you some problems. Do you have dice?
I do, yeah.
If it would be easier for you or more fun for you to like, so then you're actually doing your rolls and stuff, feel free to use physical dice.
Okay. Good to know.
It seems like it's maybe just timing out or something.
I'll give it a go, but yeah, I'll keep that in mind if I need it.
And then is there an additional +2 on this because you're raging?
I think so, yeah.
A total of 6 points.
I'm trying to get used to playing a barbarian again.
Yeah, it's been a while. So that was just your first hit, so you could give it a second try.
Same guy.
17 will hit.
Sweet.
And another 7 points of damage. Awesome. All right, that'll bring us to these the guards. The one that you just hit, Charnika, is going to try to answer your attack. Starts things off with a longsword strike, 21. Yeah. But it's 10 points damage, but because you're raging, it'll take 5. Follow-up swing is a 19 to hit. Damage is 10 points, reduced to 5. And then he will attempt to swing with his short sword. And that one will miss. Other veteran right here is going to turn its attention here to Thorwald, who's snuck up behind him. Longsword out, slashes behind him. A nat 1. I don't know that I want to waste my DM reroll on this dude. So, okay, turns out to be just a miss. Second attack with the longsword will miss, and then his short sword is a 17, which will miss. Peanutty, it is your turn.
All right. Charge. Go here.
Oh, shit.
And activate defensive flourish and go to here and hit this one. And I'm gonna do so on Foundry, like so. Wait. Crap. Yeah. No, this.
That one will miss.
All right. I only get one, so yeah, that's good.
All right, Yang.
I will move up my movement speed to get right here. And 3 attacks on this fella. Let's see. I go all the way around to get the actual proper one. Let's see. And I'm fighting. First attack. 14. Second.
This.
Bam. Even worse. Don't worry. We got a third.
That hits.
There we go.
Yay.
13 points.
Or 13.
Not bad at all.
I see it.
All right, veteran down here is continuing to fight Cherry. So longsword out. Miss. Second swing with the longsword is a critical hit.
Oh no. This one here.
The one next to it. This here.
Okay, I can't see that one. Okay.
Yeah, you're gonna do that banned spell.
The banned spell. Get out of here. It's not banned yet. Wait, it's banned?
It's not listed in my campaign guide, but you know, people
Get out of here.
people don't.
I can't see. I said I couldn't see. I couldn't see. That's all you gotta do is blind my character. Uh-oh. I mean...
Oh.
Oh, no.
So it's 12 points of damage, but 6 since you're raging. So that was his second swing with the long sword, but then he's got one more with the short sword. That one misses. Back to the top. Lix, it is your turn.
All right. Lex is going to go ahead and 5, 10, 15. Here, duck, stealth. Let's try to get some advantage on this one. So stealth, whatever that is.
Oh, yeah.
8, yeah. More than likely. All right, we're going heavy crossbow to this veteran here. Oh, still
That
not
one's gonna
enough.
miss.
Jeez, it's killing me. All right. She will have the owl. All right, come on, help him out. You're not doing a good job. Do better. And we'll continue to try to have the owl help out on this one here. Or actually, I'm sorry. Oh, just so I could see which one, because she would have known. We'll go ahead and have, yeah, Thorwald against that one there.
Sounds good. Deeg is gone. Thorwald, it is your turn.
Melee rage? No. So Thor is going to attack that guy, and he's getting advantage from the owl, right?
Yes.
Okay, so let me attack with advantage without going reckless. That's good.
That hits.
And advantage is this plus this.
Right, total of 15.
And second attack. Do I have the advantage on the second as well? Only first.
Just the first one.
Just the first? Okay, so the second one is normal.
That one will miss.
Okay, that's my turn.
Chernika.
Okay. Yeah, fuck it. Let's join the reckless train. I'm gonna attack the same guy. This guy's going down. It's the last thing I do.
Glass shatters. It's time. Which one are you striking?
The one to
Right
my
there?
left again.
Okay.
I think I pulled up the thing. Sweet. Alright, I'm gonna attack.
That hits.
19. Righty. Ooh.
Total of 14.
Yep. And then just a normal attack.
You might as well go advantage on the second one because attacks against you are already going to be at advantage. So,
Oh, okay.
this will hit, but you might get a crit.
I
Okay.
did not.
So that's all right. 17 hits.
And
your great axe will cleave into this one and bring him down.
Nice.
woo!
It's been a long time.
Switch right.
First
Finally.
blood.
This right here is facing off with Thorwald. Miss.
Mm.
You didn't do. Did you do reckless?
No,
You
I
did
didn't
not.
rage. I didn't do reckless. I'm being very, very cautious.
These are all gonna miss. Peanutty.
All right, here goes another slasheroo. Coming at you. Oh.
Miss.
All right. I'll just round around him just to do something else, and then that's it.
All right, Yang's turn.
All right. I will move here. Which guard is up next? That's one that's been attacking Thorwald. It's this guy. He's right after me, correct?
The one that is next in the initiative order is this one.
All right. I'm gonna rush up to this guy and just very, very a low blow. Just it's not pleasant looking.
Ding.
I'm gonna knock him on the ground. I will attempt to shove him.
Downtown.
All right. So. Oh,
23.
Awesome.
I guess it's possible, but not today. So he's prone.
And I will pummel him. Let's see where we are. Unarmed fighting. First attack.
Hits.
Meh. Second attack.
Hits.
Well, technically third attack, so yeah. For 11.
Sounds good.
That's it.
All right. He will stand.
What a shame.
Probably despite the fact that Ternika is going nuts, he's a big, burly guy, and being shoved down by someone else is really going to piss him off. So he's going to...
By some skinny, lanky-looking
Yeah.
guy.
So he's going to do the,
And, like,
the
this is close.
nonsensical thing and attack Yang. Because his masculinity has been harmed. 19.
That is.
9 points. Second attack. 14. Then the short sword. 20. 6 points. And then we're back to the top, and it is Lix's turn.
All right, Lex is going to say, okay, you might want to help me out a little bit. I'm going to try something different. And Lex is going to rush forward, asking the owl for advantage against this fella here.
Okay.
10, 15. She's going to pull a rapier out. At the same time as she's hitting, she is going to cast Booming Blade.
Hits.
All right, so it's plus that plus an additional D8 with Booming Blade, because I get that at a certain level. Thunder damage. I wonder if it rolled. No, I'll just roll it. Here we go. Oh, great.
17.
17 bonus action disengage.
All right. Is Booming Blade your bonus action? Or
Booming Blade is the action.
Oh, okay.
I'm able, with a melee, I'm able to
Gotcha.
cast this Booming Blade. Just so that you're aware, if he moves, then he takes an additional 2d8 damage.
Okay, sounds good. Deeg is
There's
gone.
like a visible force warping around him right now. Mhm.
Thorwald.
Thor will say, "Hey Alex, we're just losing time here. Find the guy." And he will recklessly attack the one in front of him.
Okay. Ooh, misses.
Wow, a 4 and a 2. Awesome. Second attack.
Yeah, the dice have been harsh tonight. That one will hit.
That for sure. Okay. Damage is this and this.
Ooh, he's still up, but he's not looking too great after that. Sword hacks into his chest.
That's it.
All right, Cherry's turn.
I guess she'll kind of like call slightly over her shoulder. Licks, can I hit him? Like she's not sure what this vibrating thing is now.
Yeah. Destroy him.
Cool. She'll take some swings at this guy. We'll do reckless again.
All right. And 18 hits. Eight points. That hits. Ooh, yeah, that's going to cut him down.
Nice.
She'll just growl at the other guy before, as the end of her turn.
Yeah, just for fun, give me an intimidation check with the growl.
He's dripping in blood. His giant teeth.
And I'd say make it at advantage. Got to beat an 11.
Sorry, I don't know what that. Okay. Intimidation. Let's go.
Oh yeah. So it becomes this guy's turn. He drops his weapon. Both his weapons, just puts his hands in the air and then puts his hands behind his head and like slowly like kneels down. And he says, I give up, I surrender. And that'll take us out of combat. So you've got a captive prisoner who's just surrendered to you. Let's see. I just got to do a quick check-in with you guys because I had said that this would go till 11. We might have a little bit more than an hour's worth of content. Just checking in with the group. How much more do you have in you?
Yeah, pretty good.
Okay, so I'm not going to worry about like going to speed running through this then. So, but I will give you kind of the brass tacks here because I imagine that you're going to kind of do a little bit of investigation here of this particular area. And what you'll find is that Deeg has like an office down here. And what you will find in his writings are a lot of scrolls, a lot of messages that are inscribed in a very strange language. And do any of you speak or read any really exotic languages?
I speak of Bislan Infernal.
Okay, so Cherry, you could probably read some of these.
Nice. That is exotic.
They are encoded messages that seem to be missives that have come from Doralka in the lands of Ayaz.
Oh.
And a lot of them are updates to some kind of a plan that was being hatched here. and a lot of them make mention of a plague that you get the sense that there's a number of agents of Aya's here in Verbabank, and they were hatching a plan to dispense sort of a magical plague on the populace, to turn this into a fortress, a fortification of undead that would be directly under the control of Aya's priests. They seem, in the missives, it seems like they are aware of the cult activity in the south and have deemed this an opportune moment to strike at a city aligned. That combined with what's going on with Belvoir getting sick, as this is a moment where the nations are weak and not unified, and that they might be able to get away with this plan before reinforcements would come from Voluna or Viriundi. It also would seem that in the writings, Deeg was journaling or cataloging that they were aware that the cultists, the fire cult, was going to bring a devastation orb to Verbabank, and it was imperative for them to stop that from happening because they didn't want to see the city succumb to it. They had bigger plans. They needed the bodies. They needed people to become zombies, and so they preempted that. There's not a lot here in terms of how they're dispensing the plague. It seems that his role is maybe more of maybe diplomatic or a lot of contracts with different mercenaries and such. So like maybe he was kind of the face of the operation, getting more mercenaries, getting hired swords to kind of be on a need-to-know basis, like helping them out. Another known thing that you will find from searching the house, and then I'll turn it over for you guys to RP and whatnot, but you will very easily find that there is a cellar over here. You passed it. I'm just going to maybe move Lix's character over here. This room over here is a storage room. There's a trapdoor in the floor that would lead down to a cellar level of the complex. Everything else in the manor is just full of cobwebs, dusty, disused. You probably get the sense that this guy that is pretending to be Deeg is not Deeg.
I think the black blood give it away.
The real Deeg has probably been dead for some time, and this is something else that has taken his place here and been using the levers of power of his noble status to make some things happen.
Okay, guys, we gotta go in the basement, and what we're gonna find there is not gonna be pretty.
I would ask I guess I would maybe get the sense that from that the guards still just think it's Deeg, right? Like they're still protecting.
Yeah.
So would I get the sense that he was just as shocked that he just poofed? Or not really?
Yeah, this guy will seem like he knew something was going on here, but you guys would start talking about this plague and like what's going on in the city, and you would read it on this guy that he didn't know about that side of things, and he would stammer about he thought it was weird that they were bringing bodies down into the crypt or into the cellar, and treating it like a crypt. Like he's seen some weird things, but he was getting paid well enough that he kept his mouth shut, and now clearly like there's something terribly wrong. As you're talking about Ayaz, once that name gets dropped, like he would know. Everyone's heard of Ayaz. He's like the boogeyman of the north, and so I would say you think it's genuine.
can we get from him an idea of what is the rest of the garrison? Are there many guards? Are there people that we expect to see down in the basement beside Deeg?
Not that he's aware of. Like, he would tell you that, like, the guys that you've either killed, well, the guys that you have killed, like, that was everybody that was here. And he would throw out names of other people, like Nareem, that, like, there have been other people here, but as far as who was here presently, it was just the 4 of them.
Okay.
Has he seen the orb or the box that it came in? Maybe.
Yeah, he'd say that that was delivered down into the cellar.
Well, definitely tell a friend, we don't mean you no harm. You understand over here. We're trying to stop this nonsense. So, if you would stay on the trapdoor and scream in case there's someone coming at our backs, that would be appreciated. We're not asking you to come fight with us, but if you could at least work as an outlook, that would be useful.
I would say, since you're treating him kindly and not threatening to execute him or anything like that, he'll tell you that there's a pair of strange watchdogs on the other side of the door at the bottom of the stair. And he'll tell you to watch out, be careful of that. He says they're not like any kind of dog he's ever seen. Glowing red eyes, and he says they almost have like smoke that rises from their nostrils and their ears.
Do you have any smoky ham bones we might be able to give to him?
Okay, kid, anybody need some healing before we go down?
I'm gonna drink a potion.
I got 2 potions here, free for you, the guy use. Kid, you need one?
You did owe me one. Grabs it.
Take the second as well. You might need it down there.
If you're offering the second, he'll drink it.
Yeah, drink it. Cherry, you need healing?
Yeah, but I've got 2 potions, so I'll use one of them for now.
Let me know if you need more, okay? I can pump some on you with lay on
Thanks.
hands.
Appreciated.
Anybody else? Peanutty.
Oh no, I have my own. Thank you.
Good, good.
There's only the one way to the shit cellar, right?
Yes.
Unless you want to hack a hole through the floor.
I was thinking the same thing. I don't know how long that would take though. These floorboards, as we're I'm assuming that we would eventually start moving over. These floorboards, they're pretty. It's a nice house, right? Like it seems like it's pretty well.
Yeah, it's nice, but just it's full of dust and cobwebs.
Does it seem using a crowbar, it would take a long time to get one of these planks? It would take a while for us to get a little hole going for us to drop down, other than the cellar door.
Well, yes. I mean, a crowbar is just going to pull up the floorboards, but, you know, unless you're going to burrow through the stone and everything.
Okay, there's a stone even further. Okay.
Yeah,
She might give like a
won't
check
work.
and then realize that it's not. No, we got one way through.
So if you're moving on here, I can move you over to the cellar as you open up the trapdoor and start heading down.
Sure. Oh, so little room.
So opening up the trapdoor, you look down into the hole that gives way to a wooden staircase that it's It's a fairly long descent down these stairs. They kind of creak, and the house kind of moans above you as you start making your way down there. Good 20 feet descent. And drops down on this landing here, and you can see a wooden door at the base.
What do you say? Maybe we get ready for whatever's behind that. I could open it from here, or do you want to stand closer to the door?
Alex, I only see my token.
It is dark down here.
Oh,
You might want to let up your sword, Thorwald.
Yeah, I'll let my sword. Thank you.
Oh,
What do you mean?
color.
It's fine.
No, I was like, it's fine down here. What are you talking about? So, you want to stand here, or would you rather get close to the door and then we open it? So
I'll just open a door. We know they're gonna be the dogs, so let's get ready for a fight already.
Bam!
Right.
Move forward, and then open the doors, and then we'll roll initiative.
Ringo.
Just 1 second, and then make a little kitty illusion in front of the door so they can attack that.
Meow.
Like a cute little normal cat.
Wow.
Meow.
Meow. All right, scared cat. Here we go. God.
I'll roll you in there, Cherry. So you open the door, and you can see these two snarling beasts with magma and molten lava seemingly just like falling and dripping out of their mouths. Their whole bodies, their whole forms just seem like they are smoldering like a campfire that had just recently gone out, and just kind of this like almost charcoal looking outer shell on their frame. Lix, you're up first.
Question. This is it a circular staircase that we're going down, or is it just like a long?
It's just a
Straight one.
long descent down.
All
Yeah.
right. Another question. Would it be possible that I would be able to get a stealth check before or not? Like
Sure.
if I were to be on top and I just like kind of drop down and shoot, that'd be possible. Okay.
Yeah,
We'll go ahead
your
and do
stealth
that. All right. Stealth check. Here we go.
Okay, you got it.
All right, excellent. Let me see real quick. Oh boy. All right. We're gonna go for this one with a shot.
That'll hit.
Damage. Oh, nice. 26
26
total damage. Telling the owl to go forward, and let me check. We're gonna help Cherry against this fella here.
Sounds good. Peanutty.
All right. Let's sling a couple knives out there. Oh. Okay. Wow.
That one will. The first one does hit, but the second one does.
All right. And yeah, that's good.
And which one was that? The top or the bottom?
Oh, bottom.
All right, so 6 points of damage.
Mhm.
All right. Hellhound is up. That's gonna be this one right here. Gonna step up. And lunge at Thorwald with its bite. 22 to hit.
That's a hit.
14 points of damage. Yang's turn.
I'm going to step up just a little bit. We'll go right about here. I will unfurl the rope of entanglement and lash out at this fella right here. Dex save, DC 15. Meh. He's not restrained. That's it. Actually, boop, boop. I'll go there.
All right, Cherry's turn.
All right, we gonna rage and run in. We're gonna go 5, 10, 15. I can just. Can I get through the door here?
Yeah, you can. You want to get out there?
Yeah, it's not letting me for some reason. Yeah.
There's probably going to be a lot of that on this map, so you just let me know if there's ever a spot you can't get through.
And then she's actually just gonna kind of slide between the two of them and attack this guy beside her from behind, from the other side.
Awesome. Sounds good. And thank you for the follow, Jay Gist. Appreciate you hanging out with us here tonight. Thanks for the follow.
Remember, you do have an advantage.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I was wondering what that help was.
Ooh, it avoids that one, but
That's good.
Okay.
excuse me.
And is that on every attack or just the first one?
Just that first one.
Just the first one.
All right,
24.
24 hits.
Yeah.
Yeah, Jay I'm trying to make a D&D character and Beyond went down. Hopefully it'll save what I already done. Yeah, we've been experiencing our own problems with that all night, but yeah, hopefully your hard work is saved. So that's a 15 points of damage to that one.
Plus 2 because raging.
Oh, you're raging now. Okay.
Yeah, I entered back into the rage. And that's me.
All right. That'll bring us to Thorwald.
Bonus action, frenzy, and then reckless attacks. We're going full in, guys. I'm tired now.
There we go. That's right.
Oh,
Time
too
to
old
slice
for this
through
shit.
everything.
Exactly.
I said I'm too old for
there you
this.
go, old man. That's how you do it.
Nice.
You got it.
Okay, so this damage, and we're gonna punish this mother F.
That's right.
He's gonna go. He doesn't take any of that fire, but he goes down.
Oh, he does?
Does.
No need to punish? Oh, okay. Okay, then
Punish.
Here's our race thing.
can I attack the second one?
Save the punishment for this one.
I'll say for this one. Okay. I was reckless, so advantage as well.
Hits.
Hits, and then the damage is this plus this plus they're fiends, right? I imagine.
They are.
Okay, then it's gonna be 1, 2, 3 plus this.
All right.
And then, given that I'm frenzying, third attack.
Hits.
I'm not gonna roll the fire because you already told me it doesn't affect. So it's basically just those 15 though.
All right. That one goes down.
Seems like you got it still, old man.
So that'll end this combat. And basically, as you cleave into each of these, they kind of when they die, they don't really leave husks exactly behind. They kind of dissolve almost and disintegrate. And they do leave kind of like an ash or a residue behind. but it's almost like their form kind of burns up and is consumed upon you striking at them. It is deathly silent down here in this cellar, although it's not beginning to kind of see as you come out of the area where the stair landing is. It almost looks like you're in for some kind of a labyrinth ahead. Winding halls that kind of jut out. You can see up ahead. The passageway extends to the south and then seemingly continues off into the east.
What do you say? Do you want to all go up, or shall I send a scout?
Can you use that invisible hand you used on the door to search for traps?
No, the owl.
Oh, you're going to send the owl? Oh, that's cold-blooded. Okay. Let's do it.
It's fine. Don't worry about him.
Right. You're going to send your owl forward to
Yep.
kind of scout. I'm just going to move your token around as if they
Sure.
are the owl.
Okay.
You get up to this junction here. Tunnel here obviously extends to the south and seems to break off to the east and west. Tunnel up around the corner as you peek
We'll
around.
go up around the corner first.
This way first.
Mm-hmm.
Right here, what you can see is a stair that rises maybe 10 feet up to a platform where there's an altar.
Mm-hmm.
You gonna send your owl in there?
Sure. And this whole time I'm explaining, I'm saying what I see to the rest of the group.
So your owl scouts around, and what you can see is up on the it's kind of like a circular altar. It's not really represented there on the platform, but there'd be a circular altar there that is inlaid with 6 gemstones of various colors. You also see that there are 4 kind of breakaway chambers here. 4 of them are empty, although one right here is it's like an arched doorway that leads in there, and there's an earth elemental, like clearly a big rocky form that's just kind of sitting there, passively dormant. But there's like this curtain of this reddish brown light that covers that doorway there. It almost seems like the entire chamber itself, like the walls, the floor, the ceiling, all irradiate that same filter.
Almost like a force field.
Yeah.
Okay.
And that's basically what you see in here.
And these, they go further, or would I be able to do like a stealth check for the owl as it's moving around, just so it's a little...
Yeah, I'll have you do a check, like, if it matters.
Okay, sounds good. So I would have them check out all the 4, see if there's anything else. If they all look like they're like holding cells or something, then we'll go down.
The others are empty.
I would explain holding cells, blah, blah, blah. Earth Elemental looks pretty sad, kind of ugly, and then we're going to go down.
This passageway goes east to west.
We'll go this way.
All right.
Oh!
So go ahead and give me a stealth check.
Okay. Yikes. You picked great art, Alex. Here we go. It should be coming through, hopefully. Not, I'll re-roll it. Okay, I'll try to re-roll. Let's try it one more time. $18.
18. Okay. Okay, that's good. So what you see down there is like this entire span of chamber appears to be some kind of crypt. It's just ringed with like different alcoves that contain sarcophagi. And what you see in there is there's this huge troll who's just covered in lesions and boils and just like kind of oozing pus and blood. And he's just like, seems like he's like kind of like moving about different bodies. There's just like a pile of corpses in the room. And he's like kind of tossing about these minotaur bodies. And he's currently in a conversation with someone that kind of looks like Lord Deeg, but like his human costume is kind of falling off. And he's starting to show that he's really like this demonic, like his face. He's just got like kind of a cavity where like a skull is kind of showing, and he's just like no eyeball. Like it's just like his flesh is starting to peel and fall off. And it seems like he's like kind of commanding this troll to like bring out. He's like, the big one. I need the big one. Bring him forward. And he's starting to like maybe weave or begin to cast some magic.
I would say an uglier troll and even an uglier guy. Looks like they're trying to weave something together. Maybe some type of flesh monster of some sort.
Whatever it is, we better stop it, Lex.
Very quickly, I think she would just check the other side just to see if there's anything coming behind him. Well, before they move forward, head him on this direction.
All right. Moves in that direction. Wooden door at the end.
Okay. So she's not going to go any further. She'll lose sight, and the owl will return, and that's what we're dealing with. What's the plan?
What's the plan? We rush in, stop whatever foul ritual they're trying to do.
Yeah. Let's do it.
All right. The plan is to kind of rush into that room and stop what the troll and Deeg are doing.
Yeah.
Okay. You want to put yourselves in the marching order that this isn't like a stealth. We're sneaking in there and trying to take them out. You're going to rush in and like try to.
I'll take point.
Pretty much I'd be waiting for like eyesight, like eye line, so I could shoot. So wherever that is, that's where I'd stop.
And like
Maybe
this
like
work
right
for
there.
you to come in right there.
Perfect. Yeah.
All right. Go ahead and roll initiative. And just to be clear, the damage to Deeg is sort of because of the damage that you guys put into him. Like that's why he's deteriorating or falling apart. So he's not at 100%.
Okay. Wow. And
because you guys didn't take a short rest. So if you had, he would have been able to heal up and get his stuff back. All right, so we'll begin the combat here with Thorwald charging in.
Yeah, bonus action, frenzy again. After this, I'm gonna be dead, boss, possibly by the fatigue, but who cares? It's a demon to be slain, so that's what he's built for. So, bonus action, frenzy, and attack. He will attack recklessly. If only I get cooperation from. Okay, here we go.
Yeah.
oh
you do.
yeah.
Yeah, you do.
And who is
Nice.
this? This is that Deeg or the troll?
Dig. He goes first.
All
so the damage is this. Does he take fire damage? Probably not, right?
He does. He's resistant to it, but he'll take it.
Okay, so I'll then roll 1, 2, 3, 4, even though we only take half of this. So that's six more plus 2 more because I'm raging. So it's a total of 14 plus 6, 22. And I'll drop on it my second level's might. Is he a fiend too, right? I imagine.
He's a fiend, yep.
Nice.
So
Here we
it's
go.
going to be a 2, 3, 48 that turns into 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Here you go.
Oh!
Here you go.
How does it look?
It just rushes in like screaming like a berserker,
Beautiful.
and then just got his head off.
Wonderful. Fucking wrecked.
And he's now
he doesn't
over.
exactly burn up, but as I slice into him, he just kind of puddles into a black ooze. Kind of starts to eat away at the stonework at your feet.
And then I'll continue attacking the troll since it's within range. And second attack. Still at advantage. $20.
20 hits.
Normal damage. And I will not put another. Actually, I probably should. So if he takes fire, I'm putting it there. But you know, if it applies or not.
Fire's important.
+2. Okay, and then +2 on the normal damage because of rage, and then I'm gonna pump one last smite into it, but it's gonna be a first level. Does he count as an aberration or fiend?
He does not. He's giant.
Okay, then only 2d8s. Here we go.
Yeah, Chris says it's not 114 points of damage, but still pretty good.
Hey now. Hey now. Those are fighting
right.
words.
Another 9 points.
And then last attack.
Uh, 20 hits.
Oh, 15 plus 3, 18. And that's on my turn.
All right, sounds good. Brings us to Peanutty.
Bring out these lucky darts we peeled off of a hobgoblin we saw a little while back and just huck them all over there. There we go. Let's see how it goes. Looks like. Do you want me to roll each individual dart? It's for a magic missile.
Yeah,
Or
do
okay.
each start.
Yeah, all that and then +3.
Okay, so total 12.
Plus the first dart, which was 5, so 17.
Okay, this is a level 2 spell.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Upcasted.
18 points total.
Leave it.
Yeah, I think that's right.
All right. So each of these missiles, bam, 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 like striking through its fetid flesh, and there's just like chunks of diseased troll hide that's just splattering probably Thorwald a bit in the face as it's opening up these sores in its flesh. Anything else, Peanutty?
Close your mouth, Thorwald. That's good right there.
All right. The rot troll is up.
Uh-oh.
And it gets a bite and 2 claws. These are coming at Thorwald.
He's got advantage.
And he's got advantage.
Yeah, I knew. Uh-oh.
I'm gonna use a DM reroll on this since I have advantage. This seems like the moment.
You really want to hear me. Got it.
There it is, a 26 to hit.
That's a hit.
Oi, oi, oi.
I'm so happy I'm raging. But not for the necrotic. So
So that
let me
is
see.
uh
So 4 normal, which is what I actually have, and the rest, the 14 I get. Oh, that's not good. Yeah.
Oh man.
Yeah, that hurt.
so I guess like the regular damage there would be
Only 2.
8, halved would be 4, and then the necrotic is 14.
Yeah.
So total of 18 damage.
Oh, I miscalculated. I calculated 16. So
It's because the bonus isn't in there. So we'll say
Oh, okay, got it,
we'll,
got it.
we'll count the bonus as the physical damage.
Mm-hmm.
So
Yeah.
it's halved. And then it's second attack with a claw.
Still
And
advantage.
at advantage is a 20.
That's what he needs.
Oof.
Ah, this necrotic damage.
Yeah,
It's killing me.
so it'll be 6 slashing and 7 necrotic, so 13 total.
13. Okay.
And then final attack. Ooh, crit.
I'm gonna use the banned spell.
There it is.
That's a bingo.
I'm gonna need you to reroll that at advantage.
Ooh,
Oh,
so
dude.
close. So close.
All right.
Okay,
So
what
that'll
we got?
be 6 slashing and 5 necrotic.
So
11.
8. Oh, 11. Okay. Okay, I'm really holding on for my life, but still up.
Licks.
I'm gonna go ahead and give Cherry advantage for the next attack for her. Lix is going to move forward, having the owl try to help her 5, 10, 15, 20, 25. Hello. And she is going to use Booming Blade again, trying to hit her with her rapier, or hit him or it with its rapier, with her rapier. At advantage. Oh, 14 to hit.
Miss.
Okie dokie. Bonus action disengage. You stay right there, yeah?
Oh, you
Okay.
don't wanna stay there? Come on.
No, you're good. Hey, it's just, you're gonna put a pat on your back. You're doing good. You're doing good.
All right, that'll take us to Yang.
I will pull out the rope once again. I'll move over. There's a wall there. We'll shuffle over here. And lasso this guy up. Dex save.
All right, you got him.
He's restrained. That's it.
Awesome.
All right, Cherry, it is your turn. You move up to attack, you'll have advantage.
Okay. Yeah, that's what we're gonna do. Just go straight in. Yeah, we're gonna rage. We use our last rage. And give it our all. Where is my weapon? There it is.
All right, that hits.
Okay. $11, I believe.
All right.
And go again. And the advantage is from the
It's because
tie up, right?
he's tied up, so yeah.
Okay. Go.
That one will miss.
Okay. I think that's all.
That'll bring us back to the top, Thorwald.
I'm not gonna resist another round, so I better go full in. That's gonna be reckless attack. So
You don't need to. He's restrained.
He is restrained already.
Oh! I forgot that one. I don't need to. So no, without reckless, but still an advantage.
Mm-hmm.
That'll hit.
Okay, so damage is this plus this. So it's gonna
15?
be a 17. And I'm gonna pump into it another smite. Why? Well, because that's the last one I can do. No, actually, I have another one, but it's important because I want to use my feature. Well, anyway, let's go with the damage first. So it's gonna take this, and as I'm smiting, I'm doing my channel divinity to do an inspire smite, which will distribute this amount of temporary hit points 20 around. But given that I think I've the only one hit, I will add myself 20 temporary hit points. Done. Oh, I
Thank
actually
you.
have the third attack. Yeah.
That's awesome.
Okay.
I feel so inspired by this old man.
You feel inspired? I mean, I feel inspired.
Hey, watch who you calling old, kid.
17 hits.
Damage, normal, plus 36s. So the damage is going to be 8 plus 3, 11. And then last attack.
That one misses.
Okay, that's my turn.
And then he's going to try. He's restrained. He's being pulled and whatnot. It's a little awkward, but he is going to try to attack at you, Thorwald.
Is it Peanutty's turn?
Oh. Oh, sorry. It is Peanutty's turn.
Bro. Okay, just gonna squeeze on up there. And maybe get him a little green flame blade.
All right.
Oh, that's rude.
Oof. That'll miss.
Are you attacking at advantage?
No. Yeah, you're right. Sorry.
That'll miss.
Oh. All right. Disappointed at advantage. That's good.
Anything else, Peanutty?
No, that's good.
All right. Yeah, so the troll is going to attempt its attacks at you, Thorwald. Disadvantage.
Oh, if not too late, healing word to Thorwald.
Okay.
Bonus action.
Yeah, go for it. Let that happen before I do this.
I'll need everything he points to give. 7. Okay.
That's
Thanks,
pretty
guys.
good.
It's good.
Right, that one misses. $23.
Will hit.
20. Well, you're raging. So 6 points of slashing, 12 necrotic.
So 18.
21.
Hits.
That will be
Okay.
6 slashing and 7 necrotic.
So 13. I'm still into the temporary. I'm good.
Licks.
Thorwald, you'd feel like Lix has been like holding, just kind of, you'd feel like her fingers on your back, kind of just bracing you. As that happens, you'd feel her move for a second. Move here. She's gonna try that booming blade again. Attack. There we go. Had advantage.
Hits.
Sweet. This damage plus this.
24.
24. Once again, bonus action, disengage, move back there, and you'd once again feel her kind of behind you. Just letting you know that she's behind you.
Yang.
I'll move up. I'll take my 3 attacks. Doop, doo.
That one misses.
Oh, come on,
That one
buddy.
misses.
What are you doing? Come on.
There we go.
There we go. I did it. He'll take. Bam. 7 points.
Still up.
Oh, he should move.
I'm just gonna move this into frame so that everyone can see that.
Oh! Trusher ran away.
That's it.
All right. Looks like it could be Cherry's kill.
Alrighty. You don't know what I'm gonna do. Swings the great axe.
Yeah.
He's still tied up, right?
He's tied up.
Go.
And that'll knock him
21.
down. He had the 1 hit point.
Okay.
So you cleave into him. He falls, just a massive mess on the floor. There's like a heap of bodies that's like behind him. There's just an overpowering foul stench in this chamber. Yeah, it's a good thing, Thorwald, that you have the flame sword, because if he doesn't take fire damage in a round, like he lets off this like spray of acid that just does passive damage to anybody that's near him.
Oh,
So
that's bad.
the flame or acid will prevent that from happening. So luckily you had the flame sword.
He beat the shit out of me, by the way. I was down 8 points. Another round, I've been down.
You would feel Lix kind of, she would have her hand on you, and then like you just very kind of like, oh, sorry. You okay?
Yeah, you can see he's panting, heaving, and he's got wounds all over the body. But he's smiling. I'm good.
So
He'll give you a smile back, and then nod.
So as you're looking around, each of these alcoves has a different sarcophagus in it, and above the sarcophagus on the back wall of each alcove is a plaque with a name on it. And as you're moving about the room, maybe looking at these, you'll I think there's enough of you that are familiar enough with Verbobank. I think Peanutty, maybe it sounded like maybe you spent some considerable time here. You'll identify that each of these has a plaque on it that is a different noble of Verbobank. And certainly Lord Deeg's name is on this one here. And at the far south, this one all the way down to the south has Viscount Fenwick the Left-Handed's name imprinted upon it.
Ah, shit.
Do you know if these guys are supposed to be dead, Peanutty?
I just
Wait.
saw this guy upstairs.
Isn't the left-handed the current Viscount?
The current Viscount.
And
This
he's
is,
dead here?
That's what the plaque
Sure
says.
is.
Oh,
There might be an issue now. If the others,
Yeah, but are
if
these
Deke
like all
was,
raised people?
well, they might be similar to, and I gestured to the split in half corpse of a former Deeg impersonator. Well, perhaps they're all like that.
But if they're
Only one-
replacing them against their will, presumably, why are they giving them such honorary burials here? What's the purpose of that?
Perhaps they need the
Yeah.
body. And I'm gonna go over to just say this one right here, and I'll pop open the sarcophagus with like a crowbar.
Sure. You'll pop it open, and on the inside, it's empty.
And then I will go over to one that says Deeg and check that one out.
You'll pop it open, and there's a decaying, rotten, super maggoty corpse in there.
Oh, is that right? Back up. Don't you look at that.
Wait, are some of these yet to be
Oh.
filled?
yeah. So the good news
Yeah.
is they're not all dead, but they that's where they plan on interring them, I guess.
Well, we should check to see which ones they've already gotten then. We just go through and open the sarcophagi?
Yeah, I'll like go through crowbar, crink, pop open each one. Hey, roll.
Yeah, we will say that. We will say there's two others that have bodies in them, and I don't know if I guess I'll let Winston know that just in case there's ever a Verbabank session that could be totally like a seed for another adventure or something. That there's like two nobles that the group has identified could have doppelgangers out there in the city, whether it matters or not. But the rest of them are empty, and definitely like the Viscounts is empty. Like they hadn't gotten to that level yet.
Well, you know what they were up to. They might still be doing it. I mean, with the amount of chaos going on outside, who knows? They'll be doing it right now. But let's find that box before anything.
Do we get a sense if there's anything here that could be the cause of further plague being spread? I mean, assuming the troll. I'm assuming. I don't know, but
You don't see anything that looks like it could be a source that's creating it.
okay.
If we keep looking, we gotta find that box.
Yeah, at least the box. Yeah. You
I
guys
don't
go
have a
ahead. I'm
stinking
just gonna
feeling it's with the golem.
hang back here, rest by this wall. You guys find it.
I think maybe you might see like Lix look back at you, and she'd be looking at you kind of funny, but she'd just say, "You sure you're okay?"
I'm okay. I'm just an old man. I'm very fatigued. Okay. Just let me
Okay.
rest for a couple of hours.
Sure. A couple hours.
Just going straight to sleep. End of the day for Thorwald.
I think Lix will begin to kind of jog down. Oh my gosh.
Where are you going? I can't even see you. And she's gone.
Yeah, it's,
I'm
it's
just looking.
It's
yeah.
all more of the same. Like in this one
All
at the back here, this is where the Viscount, the one that says the Viscount's name.
Okay, that's a lot.
Yeah, these are all like the most important people in Verbabank, basically.
Do you think that? Wow. We don't get the sense like things have stopped. Like we still think that things are going bad outside, or would there be a quick way like I could send up the owl to check to see if? things
Sure.
have- All right.
You send the owl up, and what you're going to see is, yeah, people. At this point, it's not just that people have expired or are vomiting their guts out. Like the dead are walking through the streets of Verbabank. So whatever's causing that is still active.
We got to continue looking down here. Hey, old man. Help you rest it up. We still got more to go.
There's a very comfortable sarcophagi next to me, like 215 feet. I think I'm gonna stay a little bit.
Would your characters like to take a short rest?
Oh, would you? You're really the one that needs it. I don't know.
No, you guys go ahead. You need to find that box. Just leave me here, okay?
You gonna keep
Sure.
the sword?
Of course they're gonna keep the sword. What are you talking about?
It was good a question, right?
Anyone else have a flaming sword they're hiding from the rest of us? Because I can't see shit.
Oh, you need the sword. Okay, get it. Okay, here you go. Peanutty, go.
Peanutty? I'm gonna take it. I'm like, unless if you allow me, I'm gonna just take it from Peanutty and give it to Cherry. Like, it's not even a question. Like, no.
Well, I gave it to Peanutty because
I can see just fine.
It's the one who uses a sword. So
Thorwald's witnessed the skills.
that's not what I said.
Lix, another thing that maybe you know, give me a perception check with the owl.
Okay, sure. Let me get the owl back up. Let's see the perception with the owl.
So you do see that through the owl's eyes, you see that Prince Thrommel is active in the streets, kind of like taking out some of the zombies, like kind of dropping down, saving, trying to like intervene in spots where he can like kind of help out. So he's kind of darting around the city doing that.
Okay.
But would it be okay if we took like maybe 5-minute bio break real quick before we continue on to do this last little bit?
Sure. Okay.
All right, let's do that. I think I will. If it's okay, I'll just leave our mics on, and then we'll just like resume once we come back.
Cool.
3 or 4 minute break.
Oh, Thorwald got no more healing? Can't patch himself up?
No, I can't patch myself up, but I'm still 2 levels of exhaustion down, so my speed is halved. So
That's right.
Hey, almost ricos. I think I think Lix is starting to get spinning with Thorwald, even though he probably won't know it. She's starting to like every time, like there's been so many sessions where they've been together where she's seen him like just always like kick ass and do the right thing, that like she's slowly like kind of becoming a little bit like, what a guy. But she's not really. She's, no, really. And then she's like, yeah, that's the kind of man she likes. The one covered in blood and just like guts.
It's so beautiful.
It is.
Covered in blood and pus in this instance.
Oh, yeah. Oh, even
Ash
better.
Campbell would be proud.
You know what? You're right. I should cure myself a little bit. Let me do that.
That'd be nice.
Points.
We-
80 points.
Probably
We
good.
do need you a little bit.
Okay, I'm gonna leave 5 just in case I have to do a resuscitation. But 20 I'll definitely get. Okay, much better.
Next level, I can heal a little bit, but just myself. So no more healing
nice.
potions.
Oh, that's right. You have like perfect body or something like that.
Abraham Monks gets something at level 6 that heals them.
Mm-hmm.
Either 6 or 7, I don't remember. I want to say 6.
All right, are we all here?
Thanks.
Yeah.
So,
Okay, I think we're all here. Okay. So you're doing a little bit of rest and recovery just from items and powers and such that you have.
Yeah.
Where is the group's destination next?
Oh, it's not here. So,
Well, the box
so
has
we
to be
have
here.
well, not in this room. I mean, Thorwald.
No,
there's
oh,
either
yeah.
the altar or
Isn't behind that
whatever's
wooden
behind
door.
that door.
Yeah.
I'd probably
Looks
be the
would-
best guess.
Lix would say, I guess, that the altar is there to try to hold that that elemental there. So maybe we check that.
What? There's an earth elemental.
Yeah, she would have told you that there was a ugly earth elemental that was like
He looked
behind
very
some type of sad and ugly behind the force field.
Oh, it's
Wait,
behind the
no.
force field? The
Wait,
elemental?
that could be the origin.
I thought it was in front.
That could
A
be
rock monster.
a rock monster. Think about it. The damage associated with earth is poison, right?
Wouldn't that be plant?
Are you sure?
I'm not 100% sure, but
I just
Didn't you fight? Didn't you fight a fungus lady or something?
yeah.
I heard that.
Wasn't she like
Was
a plant?
yeah, like I remember that the when they had that fight, like Lix's token was still like there. Just like in a different room.
Yeah, I wouldn't call Zuggy an earth elemental.
That's right, Zuggy.
You on a first name basis with her?
Who is
She only
Zuggy?
has
Who
one
was in
name as
love
far
with
as I
Who
Zuggy?
is
know.
Dougie?
Was it
Udo.
Udo was in love with Zuggy, huh?
That's right.
Yep.
Yeah.
And we never saw Udo ever again.
Oh, my best guess would probably be beyond that door. And if we're completely wrong, we'll mess with the elemental. Deal, Thorwald?
Deal. We might have to mess with the elemental no matter what, because he might be the source of corruption.
There were four other.
For
just saying,
other?
you know, there were three other holding cells that were empty.
Okay. Oh, empty. That's
Well-
good.
So it's more of a prison than it is a
Yeah.
ritual room. I don't know how you magic users call it.
Let's go, kid. Just walk slowly, because my speed is 15. Okay.
Great, hold my hand, you'll move faster.
All right. So is the consensus you're going to that door?
Yes.
All right.
Do you
Go
want me
ahead
to
and
carry
move.
you? That might be faster too.
This is
Here,
just
I'll get his left
Sorry.
arm, you get his right arm.
My 5 feet.
Let's go, Grandpa.
Yeah.
Let's go, Grandpa.
All right. So go ahead and move your tokens to that hallway before the door in the formation that you want to be at.
I'm holding Grandpa Thorwald, so I'm next to him.
Oh, well,
You got
Where'd everyone go? Where? Oh, there we go.
I can drag you all to the particular hallway, and then you can.
Thank you.
This is the hallway. This is where the door is.
Yeah. Mm.
So who's moving ahead to open the door?
Oh, did we not have a mage hand somewhere?
I mean, if she would definitely like say, "Oh, do you want to stack up again, or should I open the door from here?"
Give me a second. I want to quietly move towards it. I want to see if I can hear, smell, not really see. There's a door. See if anything's. Notice if anything's on the other side of it just by just sitting at the door.
All right, perception check. You don't hear anything distinct. I would say you maybe hear like some kind of movement in the room from someone, but you don't, not enough that you can tell what they're doing or what they're up to. But there's definitely somebody in there.
He's gonna just start like undoing his ropes just slowly and just nod to Licks whenever they're ready.
All right. If you're gonna, were you gonna stay there? She's gonna like nod to you if you're ready to stay there, or she wants to move back.
I'm good where I am.
Okay. She will stealthily with her mage hand try to open the door. Oh, they're all there. Still, guess we're okay. She'll still try to do it from where she's at.
If you all want to give me a stealth check, you could attempt that.
Oh.
If we're going stealthy, I probably should.
Sure, I'll give you my disadvantage stealth check.
Okay. Don't worry, I'm hoping to bring up.
So it'll be an average.
Average, yeah.
Soft high.
Oh, no.
Oh man. Honestly, seeing the numbers I'm seeing right now, I don't even have to calculate it because.
Yeah, we're okay.
Yeah. So go ahead. You open the door. You can roll initiative. Yeah, just roll yourselves into initiative, and I'll tell you what you see. But then you'll have a surprise round.
Nice. We should do that more often.
Oh, such a novel concept.
I know. Huh? Stealth?
I didn't know that was a thing you could do.
Okay, so you open the door very quietly, and on the other side, it's very meager kind of accommodations that you see in here. There's a bedroll that's laid out, and then all around the bedroll are just scrolls and books and pieces of parchment. And there is an individual that is standing kind of nearby the bedroll that has a book open. It seems to be kind of pacing and reading the book. At the foot of the bedroll, you can see an iron-bound cask or a coffer. That is exactly like the thing that you were probably looking for. The thing that would contain the devastation orb, because it has the water cult's emblem emblazoned on the top of it. There's like a couple of personal effects scattered about the room, a brazier, a bucket of water, just very meager accommodations. And so, Peanutty, we start here with you. What would you want to do?
The figure that we see, he's what was he doing? I'm sorry, my dog was going crazy.
He's pacing about the room reading a book.
What you reading there, Chief? I don't know. I'm ruining her surprise. And I'll split him up and split it through his book there with a chop as I say that.
All right, sounds good.
Sorry, I almost ruined the surprise. Here we go. With the defensive flourish there.
Okay, that hits.
All right. Yeah, that'll be 12 slashing and or 14 slashing actually.
Okay. Very nice. Cherry.
Let's see what we're dealing with. 5, 10.
And as you're running in, just a description of who you're seeing now that you're looking at him. He's armored, like he's wearing armor, plate with the kind of horned skull symbol of Aya's emblazoned on the chest piece. And male figure, he has like from a chain at his hip, there's a mace hanging there. He's got like a big iron shield strapped to his back. And as Peanut runs into the room and like surprises him, you see his hand goes to clutch at, there's like a neck, like kind of like strap of leather around his neck and there's 3 beads around his neck, and he's like grasping at one of them, like it looks like he's trying to pull one off to like pull it off, and you don't know what he's going to do with it, but that's what you see.
It's not good.
And so you're running up and you're planning to make an attack against him.
Yeah, sorry, I just realized as I came around the corner, what are these things at the top?
Okay, so
just at a glance, because I'm not taking a look at it, but like it's like, fuck, there's another room in here.
there is another room around the corner there, and there are 3 pools in that area. And probably from where you stand, you can see that there are 2 demonic-looking sculptures that are coming off the wall that kind of leered down. And I'm just going to say, I will hand wave this and say, you know enough about Ayaz to know that those are direct replicas of his demonic form looking down.
This necklace the guy has, you say beads, you said it's 3 beads, or it's like a whole sort of pearl necklace vibe?
It's specifically 3.
3. Could I make an attack or a strength check to grab the necklace and pull it off, and just yank it off his neck without dropping the beads? Possible, like grab all the beads at the same time.
Yeah.
If his hand's already there, alternatively, just grab his hand and hold it where.
So I'm gonna say, so I'll say if you want to do that, this is how I'll resolve it. And I don't know, it's probably not right, but you can make an attack roll. You can use your strength and proficiency to see if you can grab hold of it, because he'd be moving around trying to dodge that. And if you grab hold of it, then I'll allow you to make a strength athletics check opposed by his to see if you can pull it and snap it off and gain control of it.
Okay.
So it's kind of like you need to make 2 successes a little bit to pull that off, but could be worth it.
Yeah, that's fair. So just like an attack roll with the great axe, sort of.
Yep, it'd be the same.
Roll.
Yeah.
Right. Come on.
Okay,
Okay,
and
yeah.
it'll fail right there, like you won't be able to quite grab it.
Okay.
All right. That'll bring us to Thorwald.
Okay. Thor will say, guys, we need this dude alive, okay? Move over here. And it will proceed in short, beating the shit out of him, but with the butt of the sword. So, bonus action, rage, not frenzy, because otherwise I'm killing myself. And attack recklessly, but to do subdue damage.
Sounds good.
Come on. Okay.
That'll hit. I'm gonna no flames on the sword
fire.
right now. Okay.
Yeah, no fire. Yeah.
Okay.
So he takes minimum damage, 8 points of damage with 1 attack. Follow up with the second and last. Here we go.
All right, you hit. Another 8.
Oh, Jesus. Yeah, that's my turn.
All right. Licks.
Question: that stealth that we rolled before, would that count as a stealth roll, or would I have to re-roll stealth?
No, you got stealth. You can have your advantage on this.
Okay, that's good. I don't know if it's gonna matter, but I'm gonna go for that hand. I'm gonna try to pin his hand against his chest with a shot. If I'm moving up and seeing that, I don't know. We're going like kind of DCC rules, mighty deed, but I don't know if that's gonna matter. But I'm gonna attempt to do that.
All right.
I could see you right here. Okay. Here we go.
Does not hit.
18 doesn't hit.
Does not hit.
Aye. Okay. Let me see one moment. I guess we are going to give this is a surprise round, correct?
Actually, you know what? I'll say it hits because he hasn't pulled his shield out. So he would be at an 8.
Okay. Sounds good. All right. Jeez. Still, that's pretty tough. Okay. Let me give that damage.
Okay.
27.
27. So you shoot, and it pierces through his hand and right through his armor and through his heart. And he drops back. He was never able to pull that bead down and off.
I guess that works. Don't move.
Licks, I said we need it alive.
Sorry.
So you're out of combat.
Hey, you want your life or his life? Come on. Come on. Vegas can't be choosers.
Don't worry, guys. Got the help.
What? Someone's gonna read that book and figure out what the hell he was trying to do?
And I'm gonna look at Cherry.
I'm gonna take the book and see if I can read it. Not allowed, but
So certainly some of these things are inscribed with abyssal and whatnot. Give me an Arcana check.
okay.
That's why I need that reroll.
You never know.
Yeah, you never know.
That'd be good. Big money. No whammies.
Okay.
Pretty
That's
average.
not a negative.
So almost all of this is arcane speak, and so even though you kind of understand it, you don't understand exactly what it'd be like if you picked up a quantum physics book and the words you can sound them out. You can phonetically say them, but
turns it upside down to see if that helps, and it doesn't, and then she turns it back.
And that's what all of this stuff is it's very esoteric, like kind of deep, weird theory, arcane theory and stuff like that.
It's magic-y stuff. And shuts the book.
And it's probably obscure, like I guess you don't know for sure, but it's probably all obscure enough that it might not even be really all that valuable. Like it's so bizarre. You'd have to find maybe the right. You'd have to seek out a very specific kind of person to sell this to, but maybe it'd be valuable to someone. Now the beads that are on him are interesting, I suppose. They are. They look. They kind of look like 3 individual like cylinders that kind of hang like ornamental off of the rope or the leather band, and then they each have kind of a bloodstone kind of look to them. Like there's like a gemstone at the end of each one.
And it's a jewel fit for a queen.
Yeah, I feel like whatever that was, we should just leave it lying around here.
Mm-hmm.
Can I have a look around to see if there's anything hidden from like plain sight?
So you said there are like leering faces down here? Oh. What the hell is this thing?
So there's nothing hidden. By all accounts, like this is like pretty ordinary looking room and pretty bare. But you know, checking around, maybe fumbling around, trying to look for little secret doors or secret compartments or whatnot. But you spend maybe 10, 20 minutes doing that, and eventually, like, yeah, you're looking into this room. There are 3 individual pools here, and then these 2 demonic faces looking down. The pools are maybe 3 feet deep at their deepest. They kind of shimmer almost like they're like it's crystal clear water.
There's no like indicia of like a corruption, a plague running through the water, right? The water looks like healthy, clean water, right?
It does. The middle pool starts to shimmer. And it starts to turn like crimson red. And you see the visage of Ayaz in his old man form. I think Thorwald's seen that before, right?
Mm-hmm.
He was in that.
Yeah. Lix has as well.
Lix has as well.
Mm-hmm. She was there when they fought.
And he's kind of looking up at you. And he says, "You have slighted me before. Your god took me away from this world for many years, but I am back. Verbobank is mine. There's nothing that you can do. Turn back, or you will be swallowed up in the plague. You will become one of my minions. Turn your attention to those cults you purport call your enemy. Your business is not with me. Save the world. Stop Tharizdun. I only mean to control my little piece of things. If he gets his way, he will destroy it all. Go. Shoo, heroes." Then he fades.
What a jerk.
Man, he looks older than you.
Smell you later.
Smell you later. Dweebs.
Well, of course, we're not thinking about actually shooing, right?
I mean, we found the box.
We didn't
Finish the sentence. We found the box. Then what?
Well, what do you want us to do? We haven't seen anything.
Prevent the city from going end of the world. Zombie.
There was something here. You think this has to do with it here?
Has to. I mean, something is spreading this plague, right? I mean, it's a matter of fact.
Well, if I was properly back, wouldn't that mean it could just be him?
Him who?
Like, he might just be outside, spreading some plague.
Oh, yeah, it could.
And what are these, though?
But did you say there was a elemental? Where is the elemental and the magic shimmering energy?
We didn't check the. Shit! I did say if it wasn't you here, we're gonna kill the elemental, didn't I? Fuck. Yep, I sure did.
That comes to remind me. What is the elemental damage? Isn't it? It's poison, right?
Yep.
Oh yeah, when I get hit by a rock, it's always poisonous.
Isn't everything that hurts you a poison of sorts?
Can I attempt to at least look at this and see from the limited knowledge of arcane things and tricks and whatnot, if I might?
I'm gonna make him an Arcana check.
Okay.
We'll say that that's enough to know that, or maybe suppose that these may be scrying pools. Although you have like absolutely no idea how to activate them, but
To the altar we go.
Yeah, let's go visit this elemental, guys.
all right. I was gonna sort of throw your tokens up that way.
Assume
So-
we're bringing the box with us.
Yeah, you could haul it around with you if you want.
We'll get it when we're done.
Okay.
Let's say we convince Rocky there it's a box of chocolates. Get him to eat it. Kill
Oh,
2 birds with 1 stone, or 1 stone with 1.
I think we
or-
killed
Well, that still blow us up
7
with it.
birds. Yeah.
That'd be us too, the peanutty. You crazy kook.
So as you come into this chamber, you can see the marble stairs that lead up to the altar, 10 feet above. And the altar has 6 gemstones that are embedded within the top of its flat top. The stones on the altar, starting with the top, are yellow, and then a brown stone, a gray stone, a red stone, an orange stone, a white stone. Was that 6? Yellow, brown, gray, red, orange, white?
Yeah, 6.
And with all of you in here, sorry, I just dumped your tokens on there. I didn't mean to Oh, and apparently we brought the corpse of the priest.
Coming too.
Yeah, he's coming too. Do any of you happen to speak Terran?
Oh,
What did the forward speak? I have no idea.
You know, I may have missed that lesson one time or another, you know.
As you enter in and you're
Engine
maybe
ghost.
looking about this chamber, the earth elemental stands. And, you know, he has maybe very vaguely couple of holes that maybe kind of anthropomorphizes himself as kind of humanoid, right? Like a mouth, sort of, where 2 pieces of stone come together, and maybe 2 quote unquote eye sockets. But he's lumbering around in that that cell just barely contains his form, and he is, as Lix describes, doesn't look too happy, but he's looking out, and you get the sense he's gesturing towards you. He's trying to communicate with you.
Can I wave?
Let's sign language with him.
If one of you would like to make a insight check, you might be able to understand what he's trying to tell you.
I would try.
I have okay insight.
Can I
Not
help?
Good.
A game of charades?
And
It's a rock, dude.
Thorwald, what you see... Okay.
Sure is.
Okay. Thorwald, what you see is he's pointing up at the altar, and then he's going...
right shit.
Destroy the stones? Which ones?
He kind of points at, he points all around the room.
He wants all of them gone.
What color is the room?
Brown?
It's kind of this reddish brown color.
Mm.
Red or brown?
Well, he didn't point at me, so I'd say brown.
We're gonna get ourselves killed during this, aren't we? Yep.
No, we'll be fine.
Yeah.
So, is there a specific color to the 4 rooms,
No,
or is it the same?
I would say other than dark, stone gray, the only color that you see in this room is the gemstones themselves and the force field that contains the earth elemental, which is kind of a like a reddish brown.
Question, Alex. How long would it take for me to cast that thing to cast a fire elemental?
It'd probably take you like 5-10 minutes, so you spend some time doing that.
Do you think, would I feel like maybe if I had that fire elemental, they'd be able to speak a bit easier?
Make a intelligence check.
Okay. Well, intelligence check. I'm not sure if it rolled. I'll try it again.
Um,
17.
You're pretty sure that different types of elementals have their own distinct languages. So it'd be like the difference between Russian and English.
Okay.
So, guys, we got 6 colors. The elements are 4. So there's 2 outliers.
I mean, all we got to do is point. She's going to go up and start pointing.
That one.
Now,
She's going to try to point.
The you would know, like, just based on the proximity, like the elemental would. There's no way it could see the gem.
Oh.
Because the platform's up 10 feet.
Mm-hmm.
Even though he's gesturing, he's definitely gesturing towards the altar. But there isn't like an easy way for you to communicate which gem you're pointing at.
Okay, guys, hear me out.
Who has some stuff of different colors? I got some potions here. We got some different things. I got some brown potions, if you're nutty. We got some different, like something red we could show him. And then, he gives us a thumbs up. Do you have thumbs, friend? Yeah, he'll give us a nod or something or other. And then we'll, what do you think?
No thumbs. Oh, that face.
Okay, guys, I think we need to crush the brown gemstone.
Okay.
Yeah.
You want to hear my reasoning?
Because you pointed to the brown ceiling?
No. Okay, so there are 6 colors. Brown is earth, gray is water, red is fire, white is air. There are 2 outliers, yellow and orange. I don't know what they do, so I'm not going to even try to destroy it. But brown is earth. And that's earth elemental. And the color is reddish brownish. I don't know. I mean, it's not bulletproof kind of reasoning, but at least it's some reasoning.
Well, didn't you also say before that the force field is brown? It's like a shimmery brown?
Mm-hmm.
Does that make sense?
I guess, sure. She would first try to attempt to grab the gemstone with her mage hand, see if she would be able to take it off.
Which one are you trying to grab?
The brown one, the brown gemstone.
Okay. Okay, what kind of saving throw do you need to do? Give me a wisdom saving throw.
Okay. That would be with my mage hand, just to be clear. All right. Wisdom saving throw. Here we go.
Okay. Roll me a d4.
Okay. With pleasure. 3.
You you start to feel kind of lethargic.
Mm-hmm.
Basically, you're cursed.
Okay.
You have to make a wisdom saving throw at the start of each of your turns, and if you fail, you waste your action doing nothing.
All right.
Super fun.
Mm-hmm.
But you have the gem. It lifts up. It's not like mortared into place or anything. It just easily kind of lifts up like it was just placed into these divots. And so you've got the earth or the brown looking gem.
All right. It's going to float on over to Thorwall.
Someone has a hammer.
I have my fists.
Yeah,
Have
say
multiple
that, didn't you?
axes.
Jeez, Macho Man.
Okay, I mean, if you
Oh,
want to
yeah.
go first, be my guest, kid.
Sure, I'll punch it.
All right. Make a wisdom
let me-
saving throw.
Sure, why not? I got it.
All right. No problem. Manage to ward off the curse as you punch the gemstone. It shatters, and as you instantly, like very same moment that you do that, phew, force field drops, and the earth elemental goes over to the opening there and just like starts to put its hands out, and just with raw strength starts to like pull and use its strength to force open that opening and pull its form through. And there's like rubble and debris falling down as it forces its way through the opening and gets out. And it kind of does like a little bow or a nod towards Yang. And then it just like moves down here, kind of punches at this pillar in its way, and it brings that to debris and rubble. And then goes to the south wall and starts just punching and punching and punching. And it's just it's making these huge divots in the wall. Just Hulk smash until it breaks through. And beyond there's a tunnel there.
I like his style. Big
And
fan.
then he kind of gestures for you to follow him.
Oh,
Well, went in for Bob Bonk.
what is... Into darkness.
And I'll have to pull your tokens and individual. Little Zelda secret door sound fires off.
Oh. Du-du-du-du-du-du-du.
And you find yourself in like a pretty tight tunnel that the earth elemental is just kind of burrowing out. And it's grinding and like making a bunch of noise as it's doing so, as it's just pulling at the earth and widening the tunnel. Pretty soon, up ahead here, you can see it widens. And it seems like kind of the cavern kind of takes a turn around like a central pillar that deviates from the left and to the right. And we're going to stop action here and roll initiative.
Oh.
Here's your big fight.
Oh,
No. Just gonna be rough.
But you've got an earth elemental with you, so. So we start things off with Licks.
All right. You said as to move or do anything, or is it just an action? Doing an action while that curse.
Oh yeah, at the start of your turn. Make a wisdom saving throw.
Okay.
All right, that
Yeah.
will be a failure. So that's your action that you waste. So
All right,
I'll say you can do other things.
Okay. Movement. Okay,
Maybe
I
it's
see
like
the thing.
it's like a curse of self-confidence. Like you can't muster up the will to try something while you're under this effect.
Okay. She's gonna kind of just shake her head, looking forward and seeing like the form. And it kind of shakes her to the bone. And she'll say it's there. And that's pretty much it.
Peanutty.
What's there? I don't see anything. Past
You-
this big rocky butt in my face.
I would say maybe beyond the pillar in the middle, you hear kind of like a raspy, kind of like a ghoul kind of sound, but enormous, like booming.
Oh crap. All right. Okay. I'm gonna ready a blast, and when I see it, I'll hit it.
All right, Cherry.
All right, we're getting in there. 20, 25, 30, puts me there. See what we see. Oh,
You do see a creature here.
odd.
And it is a nasty customer. A very tall, maybe like 8 feet tall, a big pot belly. It almost looks like there's something that's almost like something it's birthing something. Like there's something inside of its belly that's trying to punch its way out. Demonic face with like these really, really long teeth, pointy ears.
Huh.
Big
Okay.
razor sharp claws.
Finish that 40 movement so I can see. Oh, cool.
As you step in, you could see an arcane, maybe an abyssal symbol painted red in blood and gore. And on the other side is a black robed human wielding a staff who's in the midst of casting some kind of spell. The other thing, now that you've like more fully moved in here, is you can see like at the tops of the ceilings here are maybe like 10 feet tall, and there are roots that, like, this is more cavernous. It's not the work stone of the cellar. Like this is some kind of like underground chamber. There's plant life that is depositing its roots in this room, and each one of those roots is wrapped in either a vial that has the roots dunked into this like vile green liquid, or some of them are just like wrapped like burlap sacks that are like sagging and dripping with like some kind of substance, some unnatural arcane substance. And so whatever foul thing is happening down here, your mind probably quickly darts to they are poisoning the plant life in the parks, in specifically in this area of the Noble District, and that is what's distributing the plague, is it's airborne through the plants.
Okay.
That'll take us to Yang. So you found the epicenter here, or you got more?
Yeah. So that was my movement for any kind of action. I'm gonna try and throw a javelin at the wizard lady, the sorceress.
Okay, she's within close range of that, so you should be good. That'll hit. 4 points.
4. Yeah.
Do you have a second javelin you'd want to throw?
Sure. Oh yeah, that's right. I have 2 attacks. Yes, I do. I do have 2 javelins. So let's give it a go. Double check.
That one will miss.
Okay.
Yang, it's your turn.
I will move up. Oh, not that way. That's the wrong way.
Goodbye.
Goodbye. All right, I'm out. Let's see. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35. I can get right next to Cherry right there. I can't see a goddamn thing. Isn't this such wonderful not having dark vision? This is not great.
Give me 1 second, because there would be some light down here. I'll put some light in here.
Ain't cool.
We will say that that's all light. Like the circle on the ground is like casting up this like reddish light on everything.
With my bonus action, I'm going to activate my Eldritch Claws. So my hands, which are like a deep black and like purple with where the veins should be, kind of like ooze out and leak onto my ropes I have on my gloves. And my range increases to 15 feet for my strikes, and I can hit this guy right here. 2 attacks. Let's see. Number 1.
That's a hit.
All right, and since I hit, I get an extra d6 for force damage. So 6 points bludgeoning and 4 points force.
Besides the force damage, are your attacks magical yet?
With these tattoos, they are.
Okay. 10 points of damage.
Because I haven't used any key points yet, that tentacle is just going to stick on him a little tighter, and he needs to make a Constitution saving throw. Or be stunned.
He's stunned.
He is stunned. Attack number 2.
Mm-hmm.
So this and the 1d6. $15.
All right. That'll move us up to the Earth Elemental, who is going to burrow through the floor here. All right, and then the demon is up. He's stunned. The wizard is up. The wizard will move over here and cast Circle of Death.
That sounds fun.
Oh, got a blaster.
And actually, sorry, I'm gonna have her go this way. You'll still see her, so you can blast her. Wow, that 19 points of damage, or that was attack? That was the attack roll. Okay.
Second attack.
Okay.
Nine.
So is this a ready to action, right?
Yeah, it's the double bolt Eldritch Blast.
Oh, it's an Eldritch Blast. Okay, gotcha.
Yeah.
All right, so 9 points of damage to her. All right, and then she casts Circle of Death.
So everybody,
This is-
right?
Everybody.
gonna hurt.
Constitution saving throws.
Whee!
That's so much fun.
Oh, fail by 1.
Oh.
And of course, I had to roll the friggin' 4.
Is any way to know if absorb elements would work, or do I have to guess?
It wouldn't work.
Okay.
So I think we got 2 saves, Cherry and Licks. And I've successfully drawn you out into late enough in the evening where there's no re-rolls, probably, because everyone's sleepy. Okay, so here is the damage.
Oh,
So
I'm down.
34 is the full. And what? Is it 18 is half?
7. So 27. I'm at 1 hit points.
Or 17?
That's 4 over what I got, so
Oh,
I'm at
ouch.
1 hit point.
Tux is still there. He just redeemed a re-roll for the group.
Thank you, Tux.
I'm down to 4.
And then that'll bring us to Thorwald.
Thorwald with disadvantage, half speed, 1 hit point. It's gonna be oh shit. Okay. I guess I will do 5, 10, 15. Don't see Jack. Dodge action. There's not really much I can do.
Sounds good. Hey, Brimstone boys. Thanks for hanging out with us here late on a Friday night, playing some D&D. We're at the top of the order. Licks, it's your turn.
All right, let's see if I muster up the courage to do anything at all.
All right. You make it.
Oh, well, in that case, I'm going to shoot this thing. Gonna shoot her. And you know what? I'll send my owl to give me advantage. We gotta try to do something with this thing. Here we go. Oh, 24 to
Good
hit.
advantage.
24 hits. Brimstone, this is Foundry BTT. All right, so that is a total of 12 points of damage on the wizard, right?
Yes.
All right.
Ringo, stealth.
Peanutty.
I get up in her face, I guess. Or are we running? He's running. Oh, man. I'm scared.
What are you talking about? Fight.
All right.
Come on, Peanutty.
Like so. And then do. Man, what do I got? The defensive thingy. Defensive flourish. Yeah. God, why did I waste my curse on that guy upstairs?
That'll
So
hit.
19 to hit, and then
Get some
Oh.
damage on this sucker. Nice.
So a total of 11 damage, is that right?
yeah. And bonus action. Healing word to Thorwald.
All right. I'll let you roll that up, but I'm going to move things along, and it is Cherry's turn.
So I'm out. With necrotic damage, that doesn't just kill you, right? If it goes below your hit points? I
No,
forget there's an
it'd
effect
have to
it.
be twice your maximum, so...
And I'm gonna roll a death save.
So that's a helpful reminder to anyone that's hanging out. You got the EXP for it. You could redeem a natural 20 on a death saving throw. But everybody gambles their EXP away.
I asked everyone to stop doing it. We need the XP.
I'm trying to figure out where I clicked to roll, actually.
You have D&D Beyond?
Yeah, I do. I'm just gonna roll up
You can
Yeah,
just roll a
I do.
a
d20.
d20.
Yeah.
Oh.
Just need one. Just go. Fly, be free.
1 failure.
Alrighty.
All right. That brings us to Yang. One success.
Yes.
The stun lasts until the...
He's no longer stunned.
He's no longer stunned. Okay.
End of my turn.
Elemental will pop up right behind him and make his 2 slam attacks. An 18 will hit. Dealing this many's. Second attack will miss. It is then the demon's turn. Demon will turn and deal with the elemental. Hits. Oh, Potato Lion just redeemed by a player a reroll, so we'll get that updated here. So you guys got 2 rerolls in the pot here. Demon will make his claw attack. And a 15 will not hit. Necromancer's turn.
I don't want to watch.
Well, she can only do that once. So
Thank God.
she will use her Summon Undead ability. So 5 zombies appear.
Oh my gosh.
Is there any kind of thing where you can like hit a mage when they're doing a spell or like there's a I remember they had it in
That's a-
3.5. but I don't think they have
That's
it
a
in-
feat there.
It's Mage Slayer. You gotta spend.
Okay.
Yeah.
So she just like kind of raises her hands, and all of these zombies just like start to like dig up out of the ground and surround you, Peanutty.
Oh, that's not good.
Isn't that good?
Yes, babe.
Oh no.
What did I do?
Zombies
Oh.
are bad, okay.
Then it's gonna be Thorwald's turn.
Okay, I thought I was gonna do 5, 10, 15. Yeah, that's right. That's my movement speed right now, and it's gonna pump 5. It's gonna pump 5 hit points into Cherry. That's it. Action and move.
All right,
You're so old.
Just enough.
zombies start to try to attack Peanutty. 16.
Miss. It's 19 right now.
Next one
Oh man.
Misses.
I'm dying.
third one. 21.
Yeah. There. Whoa. Shield.
Shield. Okay,
Yeah.
sounds good. Licks, it's
Almost
your
forgot I
turn.
had that.
Lex, here we go. Gulp, it's mighty scary in there.
That's a 6.
Rerolls.
I don't know. Do we want to reroll for this? I don't know if you want me to waste the reroll on me shooting.
Bad sneak attack
You-
damage.
Yeah, sneak attack.
Okay, we'll try it again.
I give you permission, Isaac,
Thanks.
as a dog.
You did it.
I'm so
Yay!
proud of you.
Get
Yeah,
fucked.
so anybody who's just joining, Lix is cursed currently. That's why she's got to do the.
Hey, is that what happens? We try to destroy the gem, and I just came back and was like, "I'll break it. Why not?"
Yeah, you saved. You made it. So
I didn't even know what I was doing.
All right. Well, it is at. I'm assuming. I think I rolled like a 20 plus for stealth. That last one. Okay, here we go.
25. Who is this against?
Against the necromancer.
That'll hit.
Yep. Doing major damage, please.
Bam.
19.
All right.
Nothing really much else I could do. I will go back in stealth then.
All right, Peanutty.
Alright.
I'm sorry. Can I have the owl help Peanutty out there?
Sure. Against the necromancer.
Yep.
Okay. I'm hoping this breaks her concentration. I'm gonna try to hit her with a mobile flourish and push her back. Let's see. No, defensive because I need the AC. Sorry, AC. Okay, so yeah, here we go. With advantage, you say, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
That hits.
Dang it.
There we go.
Total
So
12
that's a total,
damage.
Yep. Yeah, 12 damage slashing.
All right. She is still up.
Oh man, is there any chance her? Does she need to concentrate, or are they just here for the stay? Or
They're
what?
just here for the stay.
Oh crap.
Cherry.
Is there anyone else that's down right now?
I think Yang, maybe?
Yeah,
I am.
you sleep. All right. I'm gonna feed Yang my potion. Because that's an action, right?
That's an action, yep.
Then yeah, that's what I'm gonna do.
Thank you.
Time to tank Peanutty.
Yeah, isn't that funny? Peanutty's just like dodging all these attacks.
Can we like hear what's going on, or do I have any
Flourish
idea
is so defensive.
where, like where the sorcerer has gone at this point? Or it's just
you
like
could
she
probably
just
hear.
vanished while
No,
I was
you
out.
can hear her because she's like calling out fanatically to Aya's like, "Empower me, your servant needs your blessing, my lord. We will dispatch of these intruders, and the city will be ours. We'll deliver it to you." So you can hear her on the other side.
And I'm gonna start moving that way. Let me just grab 5, 10. Oh,
Yeah,
Jesus.
you can just see the zombie sword like trying to devour and bring Peanutty down.
Okay.
Sounds good. You will be right there as this zombie right here is lumbering towards you.
Oh, hi. Yep.
22 to hit.
Oh.
Oh,
4 points of damage.
Careful, they're bitey.
yeah.
Are you still up?
Happy. I'm so
Yeah,
happy
barely.
I'm so happy I didn't give her 1 hit point.
Yeah, that's good.
Yang's turn.
All right, so here's what's gonna happen.
Yeah.
We get our big buddy Earth Elemental to get some work done. I'm gonna stand up. I'm gonna shake out my arms, which are, spazzing with tentacles right now. And I'm gonna go ham on this guy right here.
Aha.
Aha.
I'm gonna go ham. First attack.
Misses.
I got like 5 of these.
Oh yeah.
Ooh.
I'm gonna need him to make a Constitution saving throw for me, please.
Oh.
Damn it. Oh well. Anyways. 1, 2, 2.
19 points.
Flurry of blows. I do it again. 14?
That one misses.
One more.
Hits.
23. Can he make a dexterity saving throw for me or be knocked prone for my big buddy elemental? Way of the open hand technique? What? Oh.
8 points of
Anyways,
damage.
8 points.
All right.
And I will. I'll move there.
Earth Elemental reaches up to the sky. Ooh, ah, and starts to make 2 swings.
Get him, Brock. You got him.
21. 14. Second attack.
Oh. You got reroll? No. Do we want?
Unless you
Can we
guys
give
want to
him
use the
reroll?
reroll.
I mean, he does big damage, right? What do you think?
Up to you guys. I would think it's a good idea at this stage of the battle.
Okay.
If you guys
Up
want
to
to,
you.
I'll let you use the player reroll on him.
Right.
All right. So we won't roll for the crit miss. Who knows what that would be? Oh
my
no!
God.
Holy crap!
What is this? Flipping the switch under the table? What is this?
It's
Okay.
the tilt.
It's not a crit fail, but
Oh.
Demon is up. Demon's gonna keep going at the.
He's gonna go ham.
He's gonna go ham. Haha.
Whatever the case may be.
It's. Apparently this reduces its only if it's humanoid, okay. Claw attack. That will hit. Oof.
How's Zerty looking?
He's still looking pretty good. He's weathering the storm okay. But he does have to do. Nope, he's immune to that. Okay, zombies are up. Zombies are trying to bring down Peanutty. 17 to hit.
It's 23 now.
The wizard. She's going to fire off a couple of arcane bursts at the elemental. Hits. 25 points of damage. Second attack. Crits.
Oh my gosh!
51
He's
points
fine.
of damage to the elemental.
Singing it like a champ.
Third one.
Oh!
3 of these?
It's
What
3.
the?
That one misses.
His Ayaz was listening.
Thorwald.
This is the fight for our life, guys. He says 5.
The
10,
elemental does not look good right now.
15. That's why I'm doing this.
Not looking good.
It's gonna be a reckless attack. Because if he hits me, I'm dead anyway. So I'm gonna go the fiery burst of heroic suicidal.
Blaze of
Rage.
glory.
Careful, hon.
It's
Okay, so the damage
One.
is this
oh,
plus this. If he takes fire, I'm not sure.
resistant, so
Okay, so
15
only
total.
13, but I'm gonna punish him with my last remaining spell because she needs to go down. He or she, I have no idea. Anyway, so it's a fiend, right? It's a
the
demon.
fiend. Yep.
Okay, so it's a second level. It goes up to 48. 1, 2, 3, 4. Here we go.
Oh! Oh!
Still up.
How do you finish him?
Arrive there. My sword is fiery and it's illuminated by luminescent light, and I just carve out his head.
As you lop it off, it goes and it flies and hits the wall, but his whole form, like all of the flesh just drops off and melts, and then there's just bones that like cascade and just collapse into a rubble and into a bone pile at your feet.
Yeah, that's it.
You killed that pregnant demon. You
Put
monster.
it that way, you make me feel bad.
You monster!
Peanutty,
How dare you?
this one right here is the zombies are attacking Peanutty. 21 to hit.
Get him off me. Miss.
Bards, man.
23 this round.
Bard,
tank.
warlock, sorcerer,
Who knew?
craziness.
As that one misses you,
Oh man.
she commands this one to peel off and attack the elemental.
No! Don't do it!
Oh,
Attack of a bird.
Don't hurt
No,
Brock,
I'm not gonna-
please!
It's Brock, is it his name?
He has a name now.
His name is Brock.
Brock.
Misses. This one moves over here. Tries to make an attack on him. Misses. Top of the order, Licks.
I really should have just said, yeah, I called the elemental anyway, right? I didn't realize I would have another round. I was like, oh my gosh.
I was waiting
Either
for you
way.
to do it.
I should have just done it. I'll do it. Might as well err in the side of caution from now on. All right. Oh. Gee whiz, guys. I'm scared.
That
Oh,
will fail.
I'm not strong with the wisdom. You said that takes her
That's
her
your action.
right?
Yep.
All right. Well, I guess technically she's still stealth because she didn't really do anything. She could still call out. She'll call out to the She'll call out to the owl to continue helping Peanutty.
All right. Sounds good. Against the necromancer. Peanutty,
Yes.
it is your turn.
All right. He's gonna say, "Get these freaking things off of me!" And then suddenly a large gargoyle-looking thing kind of erupts from the earth and just starts slugging at him. Here we go. It's Arms of Hadar, I think.
Oh.
It's a necrotic. I don't know if they're immune to that or what, but it takes away their reactions, so I can run. That's really what I'm trying to do.
All creatures
But also
within
punching
10
them.
feet of you, each creature in that area must make a strength saving throw. Okay.
Oh, if it's 10 feet, I could try to move here first.
Okay, move there. Try to grab that other zombie. Okay, one from that zombie up there. I'm just going kind of around from top to right to bottom. That one makes it. And then the one below you. That one fails. And then she fails also. So the two on the top, this one and this one save, and then the Necromancer and the one down here fail. So, failed save, full damage, can't take reactions until next turn.
Yeah, but those two can still, so I guess I'll stay there. Yeah, that's good.
All right. One moment, calculating all that. Okay. Very good. Cherry, it is your turn.
All right, chop chop. Go.
Yikes.
Ugh.
Wait, I guess a zombie actually hits, so.
Does it actually?
Yeah, it's an AC 8 on a zombie.
Yay. Okay.
Yeah, at least you didn't go reckless.
I can't. I have no rage.
13
I
points.
thought you can still do, but wouldn't
No,
that be a
I'm-
good idea?
I'm a lower level.
You hack an arm off of this thing.
Right. I'll take the second one.
Hits again.
Oh, come on.
10.
It is still up. Zombie.
Eh.
Zombie.
Eh.
The one actually that Charnika you just tried to attack is gonna try to slam into you with his one arm.
Oh.
I figured.
13 will miss. Yang,
well,
it is your turn.
I'm gonna look towards Thorwald and I'm gonna say, "Tell Prince Thorwald I'm worthy of my grandfather's name," and I'm gonna zoom all the way over here and lay waits to the Necromancer.
All right.
First attack. Bam. Here we go.
Hits.
20. Constitution saving throw. I'm going for another stunning strike.
You got it.
She
She's
is
stunned.
stunned.
Oh.
So that's first attack's damage. 13.
13. All right.
Second attack. Advantage.
Hits.
Another 1d6. Boop.
How would you like
17.
to finish it?
Oh.
Yes!
Oh.
So like these nasty like inky tentacles that were from my ropes kind of like grab at her and just start just to tear her apart. Is like limb. It's not a pretty sight.
Gee.
It's a lot less precision and more animalistic in a sense.
As you do that, the gore and blood sprays down. The zombies stop in their tracks and turn to dust.
Oh.
It gets dark. The light coming from the demonic infernal symbol inscribed upon the floor dims. The earth elemental shambles. It's down kind of on its knees. Its form is starting to kind of fall apart. It's just looking at you, Yang. It's just kind of like nodding towards you.
I'm also gonna like fall on my back and just give the good old guy a fist bump. Boof.
He gives it back to you. And then
Did it, Brock?
he sort of like forms into the earth, like he coalesces with the earth and burrows down. So all about the room, you can see that this is where this warped experiment has been originating. All of these roots of these plants, these trees and such, have been carrying and filtering through this plague throughout the city. Little tiny jars, little tiny bags and sacks that are filled with this liquid.
Do they look similar to what the other person had in the other room?
I'm sorry, similar to
What the priest had in the other room around their neck?
oh
Similar
No.
looking jars?
no, like these are like jars full of liquid. Like the beads were like physical. They don't look like they have any like liquid or anything in them, but these are like big vials. Like this is like a weird biology experiment.
Yeah. Can we remove them? Like, can we actually like, detach them from the roots?
Yeah, it'll take you some time, but you could go throughout the room and do this to all of these plants. And so as you go around the room and do this, eventually you'll have to emerge from the manor and see what has transpired in Verbobank. And this has been a terrible evening, a terrible night for the city watch, for really anybody that lives in Verbobank, as there has been this zombie kind of virus that was in its infancy, but fortunately you stopped it. You stopped the origination of it early enough that still, like, a lot of people lost their lives from turning and such, but the air in Verbobank is not being poisoned any longer from those noxious trees. And you may even like go ahead and like alert the authorities as to like this is where it's originating, and they would go and like start just to be safe, like probably remove all the plants and all the vegetation in that park and in and around this manor. So tonight you were successful in stopping the epicenter of this thing that would have taken over Verbobank and given Ayaz another bastion of power in the south. It seems that he is now active once again and still scheming to find ways to divide the kingdoms of Valuna and Furandi and even all the way down here to Verbobank. The necklace of beads, what do you guys think it is?
Fireballs?
No.
Firewall? Is it
It's
force?
what I initially thought.
I thought it was like a beads of force.
They're prayer beads.
Oh.
They're a very special type of prayer bead.
Uh-huh.
They can be used. There's 3 left, but you can use them to summon planar allies.
Oh my gosh.
Wow.
Was they trying to summon like Ayaz himself? Just like, hey bro.
Not Ayaz himself, but like
Okay.
if you didn't bum rush him, there would have been some nasty demon customers for you to deal with.
We
But
might have not even got to that other one.
it could have potentially been nastier than this fight and would have derailed you. But you played it safe and played it smart. So so that's the magic item is the prayer beads.
Wowzers.
So
Man, good call on whoever said we should party stealth into that room. I don't know whose idea that was, but that's a good idea.
So from here on out, you would be able to like return back and turn your attention back to the elemental cults. You've got the weapon. Basically, Ayaz just didn't want it detonating the place that he was going to raise and turn into
The farm
undead.
of bodies.
Yeah. So, you know, evil folks against evil folks maybe delayed that tragedy. So that's where we'll end things. So these characters are now released to go back and do whatever adventures you want. You're not tied up in this adventure path anymore. I'm going to give you guys 2 advancement points tonight for sticking it out longer than we normally would. So thank you guys for hanging out. This was, like I said, this is just like totally like, I'm just like making up shit kind of.
Oh, it was really good. Oh, so much fun.
Because, yeah, I thought it'd be fun to do like the city adventure and bring a little taste of Ayaz back into the story, because we're just doing a reflection of Temple of Elemental Evil a little bit with the second campaign, and like he had to surface at some point. So, little bit of misdirection on the cults trying to blow up a city type thing. So those of you that are still sticking out there watching with us, we thank you so much for hanging out with us tonight. If you haven't done so already, please do stop in on our Discord server. These games that we're playing, typically on Friday nights, Saturday nights, sometimes Sunday nights, these are community campaign games. Anybody can come and join us for these. So if you're looking to play some D&D, stop in the Discord. Let us know that you want to play a game. We'll hook you up with the details on how to create a character and get involved. We're going to be pretty quiet, I think, here this weekend, but starting back up on Monday, we're going to have a whole week of stuff going on. Jump in the Discord. That's where our schedule is, and you can see what we got going on every day. So with that, I think we will toss a raid over to... let's go see what the folks over at D20 Enclave are up to. And we'll call it a night. So thanks, everyone. We'll see you all soon.